Good evening. Welcome to the session of Once Upon a Roll. It's been a while since we had been here on Twitch, but we're back. So, let's just jump in with a recap. Last, we had left off the four of you, as well as Fenkrit, had taken on the weakened avatar form of the elvish god of nightmares, Vayne, alias the Shadow. Through a pretty intense fight, you had fought and defeated this avatar form, and then, with the aid of one of the followers of Sahinin Mumbo, banished him once again beyond the Hallowed Gates. Afterwards, you went to Duran's clan, where they had been left and checked on them. They were all coming out of their trance-like stupors, their minds and bodies worn, withered, but you, and with help from others on the boat and some food, drink, and medical supplies, did what you could in the moment. In the following days, with Elevorn's use of transport via plants, you had sent these people to reunite with the other members of your clan over in the Empire, in Little Ulhar. And through a heart-to-heart with Zevzal, convinced him to go back as well, where he would discover that he was to be a father. An agreement set between Durad and Zevzal that any of their clan that were stranded and may have survived, that were left in Draconia, that you would find, rescue, and if you sent them his way, he would take care of them. You all made your way back to the ship after having resupplied, and you're making your way down to the beach now as you see those supplies being hoisted up with ropes onto the deck of the ship, the crew hard at work getting the ship once again ready to set sail. Now, in addition to rescuing members of your clan that had been here and been under the influence of Vayne, as well as banishing that threat from this plane, you had learned a few pieces of intelligence about what may lie before you in Draconia, what you are maybe coming into contact with. That being that the black dragonborn that had attacked your home, Durand, had done so in the pursuit of an artifact, a fragment of a scale of Tiamat that they believed held great power. Power perhaps to bring Tiamat back, however they may. And the pieces begin to fall into play as to why these Dragonborn were after that book in Vasselholm, the ancient Elvish text that in and of itself may have pieces to that puzzle as well. In talks with Kular, the Dragonborn from your clan, he'd mentioned a name, an individual that the Black Dragonborn were talking about that he had overheard, named Vraylook. Evidently, you're not sure what that is, but it was apparent that they did not want this individual to know of their plans, of their goals in your village. And so, if there is nothing else to add, no further questions, I know even though we played last week. It's still been a while since we've really dove into the story, so if there's anything you guys need refreshers on, any questions, comments you have, please let me know. Otherwise, we'll jump into it.
Yeah, I'm good to go, I think.
Alright. You're getting back to the ship. The ship itself, Nimue, is assisting in loading some of the larger crates up the roots that extend alongside of the hull of the ship, grasping down and grasping onto the crates and lifting them onto the deck of the ship. The quartermaster up above shouting out orders, directing the deckhands and other sailors to place the goods in stores and directing the stowage for sea that goes along with it. You all manage to get up onto the deck with the aid of Nimue as well, and you see the captain confronting the quartermaster, basically trying to get a time frame for when they should be able to set sail yet again. And it seems like it'll be another couple hours before the ship is back at sea. So, during this time, is there anything that you guys want to do before the Falfnimloth is back and you make way to catch up with the rest of the fleet that are currently en route to Draconia? You're all still nursing some soreness from a few days ago, but much better than you had been the previous days.
So, hypothetically, if one wanted to go back to the abandoned waterfall area, like how long would that take?
Hypothetically, were one to, would one be using any sort of magic and or abilities to expedite that process?
Well, yeah. I mean, if it seemed like we'd be able to get there and look around for a bit.
You would not be able to make it, but with mist form, absolutely, and even probably with wild shape or polymorph into some sort of avian creature, it would very much be doable, yes.
So I guess I'd use the bracelet and be like, hey, does anybody want to, check out what's behind that waterfall? Like, really?
Behind the waterfall was where you guys went to fight him.
Were we there, like, here, though, or were we there in a dream?
No, you were there. As far as you know, you were there.
Did anybody look around then? That's what I'm wondering. Because, I mean, it was pretty intense,
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we really didn't get a chance to really explore, look at anything, definitely busy. There is a place, I think earlier you had mentioned, and this is towards Zen, that there was a library of some kind, a small one.
On the ship, or
not on the ship, but on like
in Duran's village.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm kind of interested in peeking there, but I'm also.
Oh no, that's like his home in his village in Draconia.
Ah, I see. Okay, so then I misunderstood. So then, yeah, I'm totally down to go to the ball again.
No, they did not, in fact, get shipwrecked here and say, first order of business, let's build a library, please.
Which is probably why they ended up in the predicament. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. That's exactly why it happened, because they didn't build a library first.
Mm-hmm. It's Era's first order of business when I shipwreck you guys later.
It's a fair goal.
Alright.
No, but
So,
yeah, so I just thought maybe we might. I mean, I didn't look at anything. I was kind of not doing great, and I just sort of thought that maybe we might. I don't know what could be there. I don't know what I'm looking for, but if any of you looked around, uh, I didn't. I don't think.
Oh, I also didn't really have time to look around, and I guess it wouldn't hurt to go back and check, just in case, there's something that he could use to come back somehow again. I don't know how those things work, but there might be something else too, I guess.
okay. So, who's heading back? Are all four of you heading back? Durand chilling on the ship.
Yeah,
Fishing.
I'd probably sit this one out. If I don't see that place again, it'd be too soon.
Well, why don't you consider stopping by the village one last time? I mean, you have your things to do too.
Yeah, people are gone from it now in a much better place. This is a thing of the past at this point.
You never know if there was anything behind it.
And
Well.
again, this isn't like this wasn't Duran's home, right? This is
No, yeah, no, this is like where they took refuge.
Yeah.
And then got wrecked.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, if you'll at least come up here, I could. I'm going to use Windwalk, so you could also have it.
Well, sure.
Just in case something happens.
Just in case. I mean, it could be, I know it wasn't a happy place we went to, but, it would be something to keep busy if you don't have something else to do.
Sure. Why not?
That is sure. Why not? Just getting the Windwalk, or are you going along?
I'll go along.
Okay. So, the four of you meet up. Elevorn casts the Windwalk spell, and you can feel your forms transmuting into that of mist, and the four of you are away, zooming over the tropical jungle below in the direction of the dried waterfall. You get there within 5-10 minutes and go in behind the rocks and into the dark tunnel and cave system that you had traversed before on your way to first facing off against Vayne. This time, without the pressing presence against your psyche, the ominous feel in the air, now it's just a cold, slightly damp cave that most of you can see fine in. Duran, not so much.
It's fine. We'll put on the mask.
Alright. So even with the mask, and even with those of you who have dark vision, as you get away from the light of the entrance behind you, it is colors become very muted, blacks, grays, and your vision is limited to around 60 feet. Thankfully, though, with less of an arduous task getting here, as you had on foot, you're able to easily squeeze and make your way through some of the areas that may have been tighter before, as you are now in a mist form, you get to the area where it opens up into the cavern where you had faced off against Vayne. It is dark, quiet.
This is I'm sorry, off out of character. Is this also the place where we were like muted? That is-
No.
Like, you know, like oh, okay.
That was in the dream. That you had, yes.
Okay. All right. Well, in the meantime, I'd still like to cast detect magic.
Okay, so you take the minute to regain your physical form. You cast detect magic. And for the most part, there's nothing. I would like you to make an investigation check, please.
14.
14. As you make your way around, again, very little light. You're basically almost blind. But with detect magic, you do come across just faint trace. What's up?
I'm sorry. It's 15.
Oh. Let me know when it gets better. Am I alright now? Am I lagging?
No, she said her roll is actually 15.
Oh, 15.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
I was like, what?
I thought you said it was glitchy. Sorry. Anyways, so it doesn't make that much of a difference. So as you're going around, you do notice just very faint hints of near imperceptible blue light that pings on your detect magic radar, and it's coming from the area of those runes and glyphs that you had seen inscribed into the ground that lead from the statue to statue that had formed the barrier that kept Vayne imprisoned here. And they seem to be rapidly losing their magic. They no longer glow to the naked eye, and you're only able to really perceive them through your detect magic. But it's very, 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 very faint and fading.
How far are we from the fainting?
And as you go around, you went from you remember there were multiple of these statues that acted as the conduits to maintaining the ward and the barrier. And remember, a few of them had crumbled and collapsed as Vayne was pressing his will against them and attempting to escape from the prison. So as you're making your way around in the low light, you are stepping over some of the chunks of rock and stone and rubble that had previously been these statues.
Now, the part that is dimly fainted. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Is that the ground? Like you said, it was a glyph of some kind.
Yeah, it's sporadic. So there are. It's like it's basically like it's diluting, right? So there's a faint glimmer here, a couple traces there, but seems like the ward has been losing whatever magic it had, been stored in it for however long it had been containing Vayne. Over the past few days, seems like it's been rapidly depleting. But again, that's with your what you could find with your investigation check in a near pitch black cave.
Would I be able to hold a firebolt to kind of give it more of a dimly lit, a little bit more light than what I have?
Let's see. Just to see the radius of it. It's not firebolt, but I'll say it'll give you the same effect as a produce flame, which is another cantrip. So it gives you a 10-foot radius bright light, an additional 10 feet of dim light beyond that. So a 20-foot radius that you with dark vision could be able to see um, that it has bright light. And so right now you're around the perimeter area of that ward, right? Is that what you're sticking to? Are you walking the perimeter, or are you?
I would like to look at the ward to kind of like study it in a sense, but while moving.
Okay. So, as you had previously investigated it, although you can't decipher it, you were able to discern what script it was written in, and it was a mix of ancient Elvish and Celestial. And surely based on like what you had seen, it's easy for you as a mage yourself to piece together that it was certainly an abjuration spell of some sort meant to contain Veyron.
So, out of curiosity, what about using identify? Would that do anything? Like, would I be able to learn a little bit more about its properties?
Let me look up the spell. Let's see. So, choose an object that you must touch throughout the casting of the spell. If it's a magic item or some other magic imbued object, you learn its properties and how to use them. Whether it requires attunement, la-di-da-li-da-di, you learn whether any spells are affecting the item and what they are. If the item was created by a spell, you learn which spell created it. If you instead touch a creature, you learn what spells, if any, are currently affecting it. Okay. So, you have a plethora of areas that you could go and try to examine. You have the runes and glyphs that are around the ground. Some of them still seem to have dim bits of magic. The crumbled statues that you have come across seem to not have any magic to them so far. In your investigating, you've probably covered about a quarter of the circle right now in your just walking along and looking around.
Do you guys want to try maybe interacting with the statues while I take a look at the sigil? Um, I don't really see any magic or any presence on them currently, but this may be something. I don't know, if we're looking for anything in particular, but um, it seems that the magic that's imbued would be, what we know. What was Elven and Celestial?
Mm-hmm.
Then I guess I'll walk the perimeter a little bit more to see if I can look at another area, and then I would probably use identify on the sigil.
Okay. So, as Era is walking the perimeter of this ward and using her detect magic to just try to find something, what are the rest of you doing?
I guess you mentioned interacting with the statues. I'm not quite sure why, but
Yeah. I guess I'll go to one of the statues to, I don't know, do something with it, investigate it, touch it. I don't know what to do with it.
Okay. So the statues are also along the perimeter, so you guys could head along, following the runes and wards on the ground in the other direction as Era, if you so chose.
Mary, maybe would you be able to maybe find some items that we can give a proper light, and I can light something? I know we're having a little bit even.
I was gonna say, meanwhile, while everyone's doing that, Elborn is rummaging in her bag and she's holding on to her pendant of LaRue, and she's thinking, if there's anything here, we could use some help finding it. You know, she's kind of just silently in her head. But she's looking for the Solon prism in her bag. So she's gonna...
Oh, okay. Gotcha. You do have that, don't you?
I do.
Alright.
I think I would let you have it back.
Alright, so you're taking out the saloon prism?
Yeah, I was going to use the loon part of it.
Okay.
Because, you know, she was dreams, so nighttime, and maybe the moonlight might illuminate something?
Alright. So you focus on the sort of pyramid-shaped prism in your hand and the magic within it, and you concentrate on the light of the moon, and as you do, it begins to attempt to like sort of hover away from you, and you let it go, and it hovers about eye level with you, and begins to shed moonlight that cascades over the area, offering bright light in its immediate vicinity and dim light beyond it for pretty much the entirety of not the whole cave itself, but at least the warded area. So as you do that, you can see Era walking maybe about 70, 80 feet away, and you can see Nedadion heading in the other direction, and you can see the remnants of where you had fought Vayne before. You can see splatterings of dried and drying blood from you all, areas where there are scorch marks from fire magics, and just the leftovers of the battle that took place here a few days ago. And you can see what at one point there were 4 statues. You can see 2 have completely crumbled into unrecognizable piles of rubble. 1 seems to have parts of it that have cracked and crumbled away, and 1 that still seems to be more or less in its original state. All of these statues at one point were that of elvish beings that were holding a staff that had an orb atop it inward towards the center of the warded area.
This is a weird question, but, like, how big are the statues?
I'd say including like a sort of maybe 1.5 foot base that they have, about 9-10 feet tall.
So they aren't like people then.
No, they're a bit larger.
Okay.
And again, this was the thing that kept him trapped, correct?
Yes, this was the system by which Vayne was being contained, from as far as you know.
So wasn't the elven girl also contained technically? I forgot her name.
Yes. From what she told you, and your understanding is,
right,
she was also basically there with him, yeah.
But did we establish that she was only there, like, there's no way... my thoughts, just thinking kind of out loud, is either breaking the other two or putting them back together. I mean, I don't really see anything else around this room, but feel free to check and continue looking.
Well, investigation is very narrow and specific to what you are investigating.
Okay.
And so as Netadian and Era, you make your way around on the far end, opposite of the entrance to this cavern where you had come from. The two of you at around the same time come to the one remaining statue that's not been either destroyed or partially destroyed. And I'll say at this point you have maybe a couple or a few minutes left on Detect Magic Era.
From what we currently see, do the statues like differ slightly in any way? Like maybe upon a little bit of a closer inspection?
Unfortunately, there are only two that you can really compare, as two of the four have crumbled away. Of the two, you could take the time to walk between them, and or one of you can be at one and one at the other and use the bracelet to transmit the image to the other.
I will direct Durand towards one and Neri towards the other.
Okay.
Okay.
So each of you find. So Durand, you head over to one of the statues that you can see the arm that was holding the staff had fallen away. So it's a one-armed statue of this elvish figure, cracks propagating through the rest of the statue, and it looks like a solid shove would bring it down if you so chose. With you in front of that one and Era in front of the other, you use the bracelet to transmit the image, and it's apparent at a glance that they are different. One is distinctly male, the other distinctly female.
See if there's any maybe like inscriptions of any kind or indents or anything. Again, I'm kind of just grabbing into thin air, but clear that they look different.
Durand and Era, make investigation checks, please. And while they're doing this around the perimeter of the warded area, Netadian, I know you said, did you want to poke at any of the statues as well, or investigate anything else in this chamber? You as well, Elevon?
I guess I'll poke around the statue too.
Okay.
Could I look at the rubble of one of them that collapsed and see if I can find like a face or anything
Okay.
that's like substantial that's left?
Sure.
Or you know,
Investigation checks for all, please.
or
Oh.
you know, maybe just look for bigger pieces. Could I do that?
Trying to adjust the DC of your investigation check?
Did it
an
work?
Investigation check. What is that, Durand?
But did it work?
Did it work, though?
I'm not so much investigating as attempting to, you know, perceive my surroundings of large chunks of rock.
I'm not so much investigating as I am trying to perceive minute details about...
Yeah, I know.
Oh, I got 19, by the way.
Okay.
$25.
All right.
uh, 27. But
20.
before you, I just gonna ask before. Is it possible to also use like the serpent's eye to use arcane eye?
What is that another detect magic, or what does that do?
No. So the arcane eye. Create an invisible magical eye within range that hovers in the air for the duration. You mentally receive visual information from the eye, which has normal vision and dark vision out to 30 feet.
Okay. And where you place? Are you placing this like above the statue?
Yeah,
or-
like where I guess where the orb would be technically.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
would have been rather.
Sure. So, 27 from Era, 19 from Duran, 25 from Nerdian, and Elevorn. Blow them all out of the water. What's yours?
I got rocks in my eyes. It's a 0.
0.
I just rub the rocks in my eyes because I'm like, I
Just-
don't know. Yeah.
So, starting from, let's start from the lowest, Elevorn. You receive the message and you hear the conversation from Era to try to search for, like, try to see if there's any sort of differences. And you hear the conversation between Dadant and Era as they're going back and forth. And you head over to the rubble of one and you're like, okay, let's see if these are different and the same. And you are sifting through it, lifting kind of heavy for you, a little bit rocks out of the way until you try to find something distinctive. And you find a good sized chunk. And you're like, okay, maybe this is a head, a face, and you pick it up and you start examining it for a good 30 seconds, and you're trying to make out facial features from every angle, and you're not really sure what kind of people this must have been. They have very odd faces, or maybe it's just an artist's choice in the craftsmanship. About 45 seconds to a minute into this, you realize that you're looking at more of the rear end of the statue, and you just kind of put it down and keep going. And well, you got some dirt in your eye, I guess, unfortunately. Durand, following Era's instruction guidance to search for any sort of inscription or writing on the statue themselves to maybe identify them, other than the runes and glyphs that made their way into and sort of around the base pedestal and out of that. There's nothing, there's no like nameplate or inscription, any of that. Neredian, taking more of the roguish thief type approach to investigation. Instead of looking at things on the surface, you're searching for maybe some sort of either physical or perhaps even like magical triggers or mechanisms that might lead to something more than you can see on the surface. Around the pedestal, you search, and with the assistance of your gloves that enhance your sense of touch, you feel across, and feels like smooth, solid stone all the way, and you slowly make your way up the statue, working not too far away from where Era is currently investigating. And as you make your way up to the leg and waist into the torso area of this, you can see her focusing on a magical item of her own, and this spectral eye begins to float and hover above the statue and turns and looks directly down and kind of changes its focus around examining the top of the statue from above. As you make your way up, you can see there's a difference in touch, and a very slight, especially after who knows how long this has been here, a minuscule that you would have, even with your investigation, overlooked had you not had the gloves to assist you. There's a slight difference in the texture, and as you look at it, even in the type of stone that is used for the statue, the rest of the statue, and that used for the staff that it is holding. Era, with the aid of the arcane eye and the new vantage point that you had, you notice the same things as Durand, which is there's no markings or inscriptions that tell maybe who this was or who the craftsman was that constructed this. However, you do notice via the sight of the arcane eye that it looks like there's a bit of a gap, a small gap, maybe half a centimeter wide, if not smaller, between the top of the staff and where the orb sits in that staff.
Wait, so is the orb still is the orb missing or is the orb still there? Or is that where it's
still there, but there's a you can see that there's a it doesn't look like it was carved from the same stone, because there's like, if the top of the staff is like a cup, it looks like the orb was
placed
into that cup. Yeah.
Oh my god, can I touch the orb?
You're not tall enough.
That's not a problem. Give me fly. I have fly. Let's go.
All right, so casting fly, your cantrip produce your firebolt that you're holding goes away because you had to concentrate on that. Is arcane eye concentration as well? If it is, that goes away too.
It was an item. Let me see.
Well, it's an item, but it replicates the spell. If it gives you a concentration spell, you still have to concentrate on it.
All right, hold on. Well, before we do anything,
It just gives you the ability to cast the spell. It doesn't remove stipulations of the spell. It is concentration, so the eye is gone.
Fuck.
Would you want to change? You would have an understanding of that should you wish to change your mind.
No, yeah, I would totally change that then. Is Duran tall enough?
Duran's about a quarter of a circle away at the nearest statue that hasn't crumbled.
All right. Well, then I'm Elevorn. Get on top of Duran and touch that orb for us.
Okay.
I think we can touch it.
I mean, will you help me?
Oh,
I'll go over and find Durand.
Somehow, Elevorn has buried herself in the rubble.
Sure. I can help.
And so now all four of you are heading towards at least the same statue. Neredian and Era, you're still there as Durand and Elevorn begin to make their way towards you. Elevorn, what path are you taking to get there? Because as of now, everybody has stayed to the sort of perimeter of the ward, and none of you have crossed through where you had actually done battle with Vayne.
The shortest distance, because I'm excited about touching a thing. I want to touch things.
Okay, so that would lead you directly through where you were a few days ago fighting the god. As you're going, could you make a perception check with disadvantage, please?
Oh, nice.
Mm-hmm.
It was a 19 and a 15. Hang on, I don't have my.
That's not bad with your bonuses. Or is it bonuses or before?
It's 21 total.
21. As you are hurriedly making your way towards Era and Nerdion, you feel and hear a crunch beneath your boots.
Okay, we stop.
You stop.
We shift off weight off of the boot that crunched
Okay.
and try to see what's going on.
Alright, so lifting up your foot, you can see what looks like fragments, broken fragments of either glass or crystal. Some of which is stuck into the sole of your boot. A very small piece, maybe about the size of a small vial used for potions and like that, about that size, but at first glance, either glass or crystal in the material.
Do I see any more around me?
In your immediate vicinity?
Basically, I want to sit down and like fix my boot, like get it out of my boot, but I don't want to sit on another piece of it, so just.
Oh, okay. Immediately around you in sitting range? No.
Okay, then I'll just sit down and start trying to get this out of my shoe.
Okay. Doesn't take that long. Daran, you convene with Neredian and Era, and thanks to the light of this glass prism that is shedding pale moonlight over the area, you can see Elevorn sitting closer to the center of the warded area, one boot off and in her hand, picking out something.
What are you doing?
Are you okay?
I'm going to wave my boot at them. Like something shiny.
Shiny in this cave probably doesn't, or maybe it means good, I'm not sure. Does it look intact?
It looks in my boot.
Oh. Well, hand it over. Let me take it out. Maybe.
I guess I'll get up and hop over towards it.
Mm-hmm. So, hopping over the remnants of the battlefield that you had been on, Elevorn, one boot on her foot, one boot in hand, hops her way over to the rest of you. Elevorn, make an acrobatics check, please.
4.
4. She stumbles a bit. You catch yourself, Elevorn. You make your way most of the way there, but as you're going, Daran sort of meets you almost halfway as he's walking towards you, and you stumble, trip, and fall. Daran catches you before you face plant. Just you being held up by Daran, one boot in your hands, and you're just kind of supremely off balance. He helps you back to a sturdy base before you present him with your footwear.
Graceful.
Smells delightful.
I mean, good reflexes.
Thank you. Okay, let me try to get this thing out.
Okay, so she got a good amount of it out, and what's left looks like small pieces, small fragments of what looks like something that had shattered. It's just by these fragments and pieces, it's impossible to say what they may have once belonged to. But in any sort of investigation, it doesn't appear like they're glass. It does appear like it's of some sort of crystal or gem in nature. It's this sort of milky white, silvery, near transparent material.
Oh, is this? Hmm.
I don't know what it is. Do you think it's glass?
No, I don't think so. Looks fancier than that.
Oh, fancy stuff. Maybe Neri knows.
True. She might. I'll bring it over to her.
Oh. What is this?
Exactly.
I don't know. I thought you might know.
Ah.
Looks fancier than any old rock or glass or mirror thing I've ever seen.
Well, okay, well, I'll just take a better look at it then. And I'll use my jeweler's tools if I have something there to help me with it, and just.
So he, presents you with 5 or so very small fragments of what Elavorn had stepped on and crushed beneath her boot. But as Nedadian is working on that, which, go ahead and give me a jeweler's kit check with intelligence as the modifier. So since you're proficient with your jeweler's kit, it would be an intelligence check plus proficiency. But that is going to take you some time to investigate. So, Era, Dadand, Elavon, all of you are around the one remaining completely intact statue.
Orb.
Oh yeah. Can I touch it? I mean, could you help me to
Right. Of course.
Right. So, what is it, with Elavon sitting on Dadand's shoulders?
I mean, if I need to lift her higher, I can. Or I can try.
They said it was about 9-10 feet. No, it should be good. Might need a little bit of an extra boost, but it should be good with her just sitting on your shoulders if that's what you want to do.
Sure.
Right. So you situate Elavon, lift her up onto your shoulders. She still just has one boot on. And you situate yourself and position yourself under where the staff would be, and Elavon, from your position, feeling tall for, it's weird being an elf and being tall. You're used to being big creatures, but this is, interesting thing in its own right. You get to where you're still kind of looking up at the staff and the orb. You can reach out and you can touch it, but you don't have that sort of vantage, that top-down vantage point and visual of it that Era had. So you can see it, but you're still looking up at it.
Okay. I will definitely not fall. And like reassure myself and pat my shoulder using guidance. I'm gonna try to stand up.
Oh. Okay.
Sure. Go ahead.
Let's have this be a joint check.
Woo.
So, Elavon, just make a dexterity check for balance. And Durand, you can make a strength check for stabilizing him.
Okay.
And it's a little bit awkward because you are lopsided a little bit, Elevorn, with the one boot and one non-boot foot.
That is. Wow. 15.
Okay,
It's a 17.
17. All right. Easy enough, especially considering you are pretty much stationary, and Elevorn can also use the statue itself when needed to regain her balance. But you're pretty stable, knees slightly bent now, standing taller than the staff itself, and looking down at it, you can see what Era had previously seen, which is the the stone carved staff that ends in what looks to be the stone orb, but you can see around the edge of the orb there is that slight, small gap that makes it seem like it was placed there in post instead of being a part of the same construction, the stonework.
I'm gonna touch it.
I need you to make it. You touch it, it's just stone.
Can I very carefully see if I could lift it?
Kind of getting the best grip that you can. You can't, like, the gap that it is around the orb itself is too small for your fingers to fit in. So the best grip that you can, it doesn't budge at all. Your fingers, you grip tight, your fingers slip and move off, and you try to maybe wiggle it, jostle it a bit, grip it, but it's sturdy, it's in there.
But how? That's what Elevorn says to everybody. She's like messing with it. She's like, but how is this here? It's solid.
I mean, how is anything here?
Well, I just mean it looks like it was put here, but it's stuck to it.
Stuck to it, like it's like you're not strong enough. Do you want to swap places?
Maybe that would. I mean, I can't get it out. It's just in there.
I was joking.
Well, I mean, I have to get rid of the prism, but maybe we could do something.
Oh, right. We probably could.
Wait, I have a great idea. Okay, are you ready? Actually, does it work like that? I think it does. Alter self? I could just be Valjean or something?
That's weird.
Is that how that works?
I'm not sure.
Probably is. Sounds right. As weird as that is. Let's see. You assume a different form. Sounds good so far. Choose one of the following options. Change appearance, that would be the option. Transform your appearance, decide what you look like, including your height, weight, facial features, sound of your voice, hair length, coloration, and distinguishing characteristics, if any. That sounds right. You can make yourself appear as a member of the other race. All things come up, Baljan, though none of your stats change. So you're still a 12 strength elf. You'd be a 12 strength Baljan.
Oh.
You also
Well, I would
can't
know that.
appear as a creature of a different size than you. So you'd be medium-sized Baljan, which I guess Baljan is still technically medium size. Although he's a big medium. He's extra medium. So yeah, sounds like you could do that. You could become Valjean if you wanted.
Yeah, but like I wouldn't be strong enough, so that
No,
it
you
really,
you
and I
still
would
wouldn't
know
be-
that. So, you know, having used this before, like it would, just be something I knew. So I was like, I don't know how
Yeah,
that works, but
changes your appearance. It doesn't make you any stronger or quicker or smarter.
Wouldn't polymorph? Depending on what you polymorph into, but just I mean, I also have Big B's hand, but I'm kind of concentrating here.
On fly or arcana?
Okay,
Okay.
I'm
So
my
you
fireball,
do
right?
the whole process of what just happened with Elevon there, and
so
We could also just break the statue. Well, you know what? I don't want to break the orb. But I think you guys can handle it. I'm just gonna ignore me.
okay. So the item that I'm using, is it hurting us? Because I'm a little confused now because I didn't realize it did some
is it
damage.
hurting you?
Yeah,
What do you mean?
like because Moonbeam actually does damage.
No, it's just the effects. The
So it's just the
the
shape-shifting.
yeah,
Okay.
the suppressing effects of it. It's not damage. Right. So what is that jeweler's kit check, Neridion?
22.
22. So as Elevorn is messing with the orb to no avail, gets down off of Duran's shoulders, gets her boot back on, and as they're sitting there and discussing next course of action to try to figure out what is this thing and what are they gonna do about it, you're there with your jeweler's kit, little eyeglass zooming in and trying to identify what this material is. And I'll say after a good 10-15 minutes with it, you come to the realization that this is moonstone.
I was gonna look around and see what the others are doing, if they're and stuff like that. But uh, well, I don't know if how busy you guys are at the moment, but uh, I figured out what this is. I mean, at least stone-wise, I don't know what's the purpose of it is, of course, but
Oh, what is it?
it's a moonstone. It's a nice one too.
My boot.
Moonstone in the boot. Fitting, would be yours.
Yeah, that is actually kind of fitting, but like like I said, I don't have ideas why, this is here.
Hmm.
Would anyone know what moonstone is used for?
Would I? Besides, besides jewelry,
As far
can I
as
make some
that
check?
goes, I mean, as far as that goes, like, what are... It's difficult to say with any sort of exact precision, and most, if not all of you, are well aware that certain spells, incantations use a variety of different material components, and a good many of them include things such as precious gems. So it's not crazy to think that this was a key part in some sort of spell, perhaps, but to know exactly which one it was part of, no, you do not know that. Or it could have just been some nice jewelry.
Well,
I
I
will
mean,
say that you didn't, like, for those of you that have been looking at the statues, you haven't seen in all your time investigating here anything that looks like what Elavon brought over in her boot.
Well, maybe there's more of it somewhere. I mean, did you notice anything on the statues? I mean, I just found it was all just rocks over where I was looking.
I didn't notice moonstones. I did notice that there are parts that are different from the other stones, but they weren't moonstone.
so, question. Because I know Era's mom is more knowledgeable regarding not necessarily jewelry, but artifacts. Um, would I have a little bit more knowledge in regards to like the rarity of moonstones in comparison, or additional knowledge? If not, I mean, I can also ask her.
Make a history check.
Oh, got him. It is. I can't count. 26.
26. So, as you stated, um, both of your parents were actually in that sort of
Mama.
your father being more of the sort of treasure hunter type, and your mother from a family that dealt in the buying and selling of such rarities, antiquities, artifacts. That, along with uh, them being them living in uh, Ceylin, being close to in the northern parts of the empire, close to the border with the elvish country of Jejuant, uh, you have seen, and your family has dealt in, a number of elven treasures and rarities that have either come to be to sold to you, or dealt with, traded you. It's not, it wasn't uncommon, and a lot of uh, like trinkets, pendants, deal in elvish sort of religious iconography. There were a fair amount of them that used moonstone in their uh, construction. So, with that knowledge that you had there, and finding it here, and knowing what you know about this area and which deity was responsible for this place's construction and purpose, it's not surprising to find moonstone here. However, specific use cases of it, not so much. Again, it wasn't necessarily like magical items that your family dealt in, more of just the sort of antiques and artifacts, and like, look at this old like religious symbol, or this piece of pottery or craftsmanship. It was that kind of thing. Those magically mundane, quote unquote, treasures, but worthwhile artifacts and pieces nonetheless.
So, does the little pieces of moonstone, do they react at all? Like to the moonlight or anything coming from the prism?
They seem. So you're taking it over to the prism?
Well, I mean, if Mary would let me, because, like, I know that. Well, I mean, I had my pendant, and that kind of reacted to moonlight, so I'd like want to see if, since it's a moonstone, if the moonlight affected it somehow.
So
Yeah, I'll let her.
Sure. So taking a few of these very small pebble-sized pieces of moonstone that had shattered beneath your boot over to the prism and holding them up. They don't react as much as when met with the moonlight. They go from that nearly translucent appearance to, when you hold it up to the light, it's as see-through as the cleanest glass that you've ever seen.
Whoa. We should take the prism around the room. I mean, I'll hold it if someone wants to, like, because I don't want to drop anything, And see if, like, because they come very clear. I mean, is that hard to see? Maybe. I'm too excited. I'm grabbing the prism and heading back towards Neridia to show her.
Oh, well, that is. I don't really have words. um.
I think we're still around the statue, so that would also more illuminate the statue with the moonlight.
Mm-hmm. The statues are now more visible than they were before.
A question about the orb itself is stone, made out of stone?
It appears that way, yes.
It appears that way. But like no reaction from the moonlight? No, just saying.
No reaction to Elevon touching and bejiggering with it, or to the moonlight.
Ugh, I tried.
Should we take it to the other statue, the one that has different weird stones on it? I don't.
So just as a quick aside, it's been about 40 minutes or so. You guys have, to your understanding, about an hour and a half left till they were planning on setting sail.
Yeah, we could go towards it. I mean, maybe we'll find more on the ground. Step carefully, 'cause I broke it, but
Yeah. Let's be careful. Yeah.
So you're walking through the center or along the perimeter to other statues? Because walking through the center is where, you, Elevon, had stepped on the other piece.
Well, I would want to see if there was anything else there.
Alright. So Elevorn and Netadion begin to slowly make their way into the center of the warded area. Very carefully, one step at a time, guided by the moonlight of the Saloon Prism. Netadion, go to make an investigation check, please. Dadan, Era. The two of you are left in front of that one remaining statue and the orb therein.
$23.
Okay. So as you get to about 20, 25 feet away from, catch your first glimpse of something. The light reflects it in such a way that what normally sort of blended in maybe to the stonework before, when the moonlight hits it and it goes completely glass-like, that change stands out to you. And you find a curved piece, maybe about this long, of that moonstone. It looks like it's been sheared on either end. And you can see around it are like sort of glittering dust, moonstone dust of where it may have shattered or broken off of what looks to be a larger hole. It's smooth and cylindrical. It's not rough. It seems like it's been worked and manufactured. So it looks like it's a slightly curved bit of moonstone sheared on either end, maybe about 7 or 8 inches long.
I'll carefully pick it up, though.
Okay.
Well, I'm not sure if this is the piece that the moonstone in your shoe was, but this seems like it's broken at least, so.
So you're still a bit of a ways away from where you had first stepped on that piece of moonstone, Elevorn, so it's probably not the same piece that you had stepped on.
I think it was over there more. I'm not kind of like gesture towards.
Should we check a little bit more over there, or should we just check around here? Because this is kind of big piece.
Maybe we should keep going a little more. I mean, we could always, like, on the way back, make sure we didn't miss something.
True. Yeah. Oh, yeah, we can keep going.
Okay, so you guys are just going a straight line in and out?
Well, I kind of thought we would probably be looking, like, around as we were walking, because that was sort of the purpose of it, not, like, just beelining.
I'd say it's a fairly large area to investigate, and if you guys did want to go around and scour the area within the circular warded area for any other pieces of moonstone or anything else, maybe it would take you pretty much up to the point where you've got to get back to the ship. So if that's how the two of you want to spend the rest of your time, you can. If you spend less time, there might be something that you miss. And even if you spend all the time that you have before you have to get back to the ship, there still could be stuff that you miss, because it is not the smallest area, especially when you're going slowly, methodically, investigating every step of the way.
Wouldn't I be able to move the arcane eye to kind of assist, or like looking from above to see if I can be more.
You would also split your attention between searching for stuff and focusing on the statue and the orb if that's where you wanted to be. You can't. You could see there, but you would have to have your attention be there. So it might take away if you wanted to do something with the statue. There could be a penalty involved there since you're splitting your attention between two places and two different tasks.
Well, I have this for.
So if you wanted to assist in finding these fragments of moonstone and kind of leave the statue and the orb behind, you could definitely help with that process, and it would more likely than not lead to Elevon and Metadion being more successful in their endeavor.
Just I was gonna say that I don't know that we're looking for like every last fragment of it. We were just looking. I think Elevorn was kind of looking to see what it was, like if we could figure out, if it's just moonstone, it's moonstone. But like if it had some purpose. That's why I think we're headed towards the statue. But I don't know.
Okay. Well, with the piece that Netadion had just found, if you're showing, like I said, it did look like it was manufactured. It was smooth, it was deliberate in its shape, it seemed, and it didn't look like natural stone. It looked like it had been carved or crafted for something, and not just that, but it was a piece of something, obviously.
Okay, so I guess that would be it then. We're just looking for whatever this is a piece of,
Okay.
So. I mean, is that fair? Is that what Neridion would be doing? Or I know that's what Elevon.
Yeah, sure, of course. I mean, gotta find the other piece if there is.
Okay. Delanda Era. I'm just gonna rip the arm off, and just carry that back.
I mean, he has enough brute force, so I would like to stay on the orb. What I'm thinking of doing is either like risking dropping concentration so that I can summon Bigby's hand and either have Bigby take it or knock the statue down to see if we can get it off. Or even I'm thinking out loud, so like I'm talking to the realm, but not really. Mm-hmm. Maybe I don't want to firebolt it, but what if it reacts to magic or something?
Did Bigby's hand lift around?
I mean, Bigby's hand is absolutely capable of lifting Durant.
All right, but then well, I already don't need the arcane eye because we kind of, I mean, we can use, so many things I could choose. Crazy. And I'm weaker than Elevorn, so I couldn't even like climb on top, like move it. That's terrible. I'd probably get hurt in the process.
I can try to brute force it first, I guess.
Well, it's taller than Duran, correct? The statue itself.
Yes.
Could you want to try climbing the statue? And I mean, I'm sure you have muscles to hold you up. It's not like a marble straight down. You can try. I mean, if you want to try climbing it and trying getting it off, be my only suggestion without using or risking losing current magics I have up.
looking up at the statue, it's large enough that if you found your way up there, you maybe could position yourself to kind of like stand/crouch on top of it and do something, but it would be pretty awkward.
It's perfect. It was meant for him.
I'll try it.
All right, give me an athletics check for climbing the statue as you scale this elven man.
Weird. Don't ever say that again.
Say it again.
So as Duran scales this elven man, eyeing his staff,
Look, man, you influence this roll. It's a 4.
it's a 4. A 4 athletics check? That's not possible.
Oh wait, no, I did acrobatics. Well, let me just do the same roll and add the stuff to it. So it would be a 14.
14. Using handholds, grabbing onto his arm and up over his shoulder, you're able to easily enough pull yourself into a position where you are now atop the statue's shoulders, precariously balanced at the moment. The arm extended away from you, and the staff even more so at an angle out away from you, so that it's maybe about 5-6 feet away. Are you going for it?
Yeah.
All right, moral support from me. You can do this, or else.
That adds nothing to your next roll, Duran. So,
Damn it. I was sure.
go ahead and make a dexterity check as you place your hands atop the head of the statue and get your feet underneath you and kind of situated onto the stonework. One leg kind of up on one shoulder, the other one going down towards the arm that's holding the staff as you try to get your balance and get a better vantage on the orb itself. As you're standing now 9-10 feet above the ground.
What was it again?
Dexterity, please.
Oh, dexterity. We love those.
Didn't he have a little bit more of advantage?
For what?
A tail?
Yes, the thing he never wanted to give me.
No, see, Duran's dexterity is
inclusive of the in the character creation phase.
Because of tailed creature.
Yeah, in the character creation phase, I would have actually had 9 dex, but because of the tail, I have 10.
I don't even know how you got that +1 again.
What, the +1 in dex? It was a level up. I did
okay.
+1 in, I think, strength and intelligence. Not strength, dexterity and intelligence.
Yeah,
This is an 8.
An 8. So, Era, you're watching as Duran is this large dragonborn, not light by any means, begins to try to adjust and balance himself on top of the statue, trying to find inch by inch a place to put his boots, his heavily mailed boots, supporting the heavy dragonborn frame, wearing the heavy armor. You see some bits of dust and debris be lodged loose from the grinding underneath his boot as he tries to get himself into place. Duran, eyes focused on the prize, you very slowly inch your weight shifted forward towards that orb, and from your vantage point you can see it. For the first time you can see exactly what it is that they were talking about, and you just want to get your hand on it and try to wrench it free. Era, you hear the sound of you hear a small crack, creaking and a groan in the statue as it shifts under Duran's weight.
Well, okay, you don't want to break it though. Just
Does it look like I'm trying?
you're not trying hard enough.
Do you want to have a turn?
Duran, looking down and in this back and forth with Era, you lose your balance a little bit. You try to, and your foot slips on the stone from beneath you. You manage to right yourself and catch yourself, but you catch yourself along the part of the arm of the statue that's bent. And at the forearm, as your foot comes down, it shears that part of the statue clean off. And Era, you have to kind of step back to get out of the way as from the forearm up to the hand that's grasping the staff collapses under Durand as you twist and fall about 9 feet or so, Durand, and land hard on your back, taking a single point of bludgeoning damage, but even more emotional damage.
Emotional damage.
So you land, and as the forearm grasping the staff shears off of the rest of the statue, collides with the ground itself. Part of the arm does also kind of evaporate, explode away from the impact. The long end of the staff, as it hits the ground, also chips and splinters off. Netadian, Elavon, you guys hear this loud crash from about 35 feet behind you, followed by, within a second later, another large thud of Duran's body hitting the ground. The sort of upper forearm to wrist and hand area of the statue, as well as the majority of the staff, including the orb, are still intact.
Yes, you did it.
I'm gonna yell, not too loudly, but still, like, are you guys okay over there? Because I'm not fully sure how much I can see, because
You have the light from the saloon prism is still.
yeah, but
I should have stayed on the boat.
Take me to the orb. I'm not even gonna respond. I'm just gonna go to the orb.
You go to the orb and like at first you go to like sort of lift up the statue's arm to try to get at it, but even that is pretty damn heavy for you. So you're like, oh, whatever, leave it on the ground, and you kind of bring yourself down to it, and you as well find what Elavon had found before you, that you can see that you can't see the entirety of the orb. You can just see maybe the top third, maybe half of it, and the small amount of space that looks like it was placed there. It very well could be secured at the base of the orb itself to the rest of the staff and the rest of the statue, and trying to grab it and free it, that's what it feels like. It feels secured in place.
Oh, it's not budging. Is all this for nothing? I'm not giving up yet.
Wait. Let me see that piece of moonstone we found.
okay, I'll hand it to Eleanor.
Alright, well, I don't know. So I'm going to just take it and head towards Era and Durand.
Okay.
I guess I'll follow.
So, during this time, Netadian and Elavon, you guys have actually found a few more pieces of moonstone. You found similar in the smoothness and construction of that curved piece, except you found a much thinner, straight piece as well as other pieces of varying shapes. But you stop the search to head back to Durand and Era. Just kind of everyone just kind of ignoring Durand's prone body as he just lays there.
Well, I'm not,
And
but
then
I
heading-
can't explain, so I have to just do it. So basically, when I get there, as soon as I get there, I'm just gonna go to the orb and see if the curved piece fits around the orb.
No, it's no. The orb is the orb is an orb. This piece looks like if it is a part of some sort of sphere or circular object, it would be a lot larger than the orb itself.
Yeah, well, you know, it's me with those little like puzzle shapes meant for little kids, and I'm trying to put the square peg in the round hole. You know,
Mm-hmm.
whatever. Like,
Well-
and just kind of hand it to Era. Be like, I don't know here, and I'll go see what
So-
Ron's doing.
So putting it up against it, if like the orb was about that big, maybe the actual piece, it looks like it would be for a circle maybe about that big. If you were to continue around with it, so it doesn't seem to match the same circumference as the orb. If this piece did lead to more curved piece, that would eventually make a circle. Anyways, Durand is laying on his back,
I'm gonna help him up if he
thinking of
accepts the help.
Oh wait, Olivor, come here. Never mind that. Olivor, come here. Well, see. Listen, if I do magic on this, I don't know if I'll destroy it. But you have other. Could you like heal the orb and see if we get a reaction? This is frustrating me. I'm shooting. I'm rather die.
Clear
we could-
wounds on the orb.
Yes. You see, it was hurt in the fall.
Well, I mean, you fixed the thing. Didn't
I'm
you?
gonna fix. What did I fix? You want me to cast fireball on it? I'll do it.
No, I meant your cape or something. Didn't you fix something? You fixed something. I forgot what it was.
Mend. I can't mend the ball that's not. I'm just gonna desperately put my hands on the orb. Mend.
No, nothing apparent, but in your frustration, maybe it seems like you just made it even more solid, even though
Oh my god.
even though you know that's not true, it just kind of feels that way in your frustration.
I'm gonna firebolt
In
it.
reality, nothing happened.
Prestidigitation. I'm gonna clean it.
Okay.
It's been
It
here
is
a long
now-
time. Gonna keep
yep.
cleaning it.
Yep. Okay. All right. Prestidigitation over and over and over again. It is now a clean, dust and debris-free stone orb.
Can I fit my hand in like the crevice, like the gap?
No, the gap is like very small, like a fraction of a centimeter wide, just really enough to be able to perceive and notice that it's not the same construction as the rest of the staff, but not enough to really to fit a finger in. Absolutely not.
What if I was like a small spider?
If you were a small spider, small enough to fit into that, yes, you could. Fit
Oh my
into-
god, itty bitty spider! Yeah, but that would do.
Crawled
might
up
make it
the
hard.
water spout.
What if there's like a button? I'm gonna touch. It's the wait. I'm not gonna touch anything. Hmm. Hmm.
I don't know if. Well, see, you suggested I do stuff earlier, and I didn't because I couldn't the last time this was on. You know, and I motioned to the.
the rest of the statue.
No, not the just the prism that I'm like the the light, the moonlight. That doesn't let you. You can't. I can't be an animal right now. I don't
Yeah, that's true.
think. I mean, I could put it out, and then
No, it's okay.
But-
I'd rather put out my stuff. Most of us can see in the dark, anyways.
Well, I mean,
Uh,
I don't know if you can either.
What, see in the dark? Yeah.
No, I meant be a different creature
Oh.
because you're affected by the light from. It's the light that does it, not the.
Wait, what does the light do?
So, you were around for that? Yeah. So this is the thing that, you remember the confrontation you had with
Yeah, I remember.
everyone's with everybody's favorite, Adelmar, right?
Granted, she was on the
Outside
other side of things, but yeah.
She was on the other side of things, but it was during that time that when both Netadian and Elavon found themselves in a bit of a predicament.
I remember she
believe
did something with.
they were both they were both restrained, and it was when Elavon was taunting somebody into stabbing Netadian, and they obliged or something like that. But they had used that to
That's
essentially.
not-
That's how I remember it. They had used that to suppress Elavon's ability to shapeshift. So it mimics the moonlight spell, which does suppress shapeshifting.
That's
The
crazy.
moon spell, rather.
Wow, everything is pointing to Firebolt in this thing, not against it. That's gonna be my last thing.
Well, I mean,
Firebolt it,
the
just
option to
destroy
turn
it.
off the prism is there. Like I can,
No.
It's because it would.
So I will say that the prism, if you guys are going to want to continue looking for the pieces of moonstone, the prism does help you with that.
Well, maybe we could just go away and then it wouldn't be touching her. Like to the other side of the room where the other statue is. I don't know how far away it is. I am not sure about the dimensions of where
Well,
we're at. Is that possible?
what is the
15 and 15.
15 feet? You can get more than 30 feet away, yeah.
Leave me to my mind palace. I believe you guys have more moonstones to find anyways, and Durand is fine.
Still laying down on his back. He's fine.
No, I was helping him up if he
Offered to
accepts
help
it.
him up. Whether or not he accepted it, I don't
No,
know.
if he accepts it.
Of course he does.
Does he?
Dadan, you're laying there, and Netadian comes over and offers to help you up.
Okay.
With, strength that still kind of takes you by surprise on occasion, she hoists you up to your feet, and you dust yourself off. Admire your handiwork.
All me.
Good job.
Thanks.
Alright, so, with that, Elavon and Netadian, you begin to start your search from the other side now, bringing in, and as the radius of that moonlight leaves the area that you and Durand are in, Era, what are you doing?
You got your orb. Now what?
I mean, now you can reach it and see if you can force it out.
That's
You're not too hurt. We can either break it more, which I'm not against, but I mean, it seems durable. I just don't know if it's durable against magic, but it's durable. You're stronger, definitely. But if you fail, I will summon my hand.
I don't particularly see a way I can get onto this now, is there?
Well, the orb is now in the
Okay.
staff that's in the hand that's part of the arm that you broke off.
Okay.
So it's on yeah.
So yeah, I should be fine. This should be easy enough. I hope.
Yeah. Rip stone off the stone, go for it. Go and make a strength check.
19. 19.
19. So, you grip the staff in one hand, and with the other, you get as good a grip at the orb as you can. And you pull, you twist, you jerk, but it doesn't budge. For all intents and purposes, either you can't get as good a grip on it as possible, or it's just one solid piece of stone that it is what it feels like. It feels like you're trying to pull a piece of stone apart with your bare hands, which,
We're saying.
even for you, is a task.
No, yeah, some other way about doing this.
What about inspecting the staff part?
Examining the staff part using previous investigation checks, it just looks like a carving made of stone. There's no oddities, there's no trigger or mechanism or button or weird little thing or engraving. Not that you can see, anyway. Which, by this point, you're like 20 minutes past when Detect Magic had worn off, by the way.
You can try it. I can do it again.
Do you want to?
Oh, yes, of course. Let's do it.
Okay.
Indubitably.
You use Detect Magic.
Let me mark it.
Yeah, and then what?
Make an investigation check.
$24.
24. Much like when you had first used it, this time sort of even more faint. You see an outline of magic, that light, faint blue light that jumps out at you when you cast the Detect Magic spell. You can see it outlining the orb that you can see, and you can even see a faint amount of it that kind of would complete the orb where it sits in the staff of the statue. None of the rest of the statue is pinging at the moment to your Detect Magic sight.
So it's the outline of the orb and like the entire.
So, yeah, the orb itself. Yes. The staff does not.
Okay.
The rest of the statue does not. The orb does.
What about let me identify. Can I use identify on the actual orb?
Okay. So that does take a while to cast. Let's see. An object you must touch throughout the duration of the cast, which is 1 minute.
I love the immersion.
Let's see. So, you place your hand on the orb and you cast Identify. And at the end of the minute, you do learn some things about it, but it feels like there's potentially more than what you've known. It's almost like if you cast Identify and what you bring up is like a ledger or a piece of parchment that has the properties of this magic item on you, and that's sort of how it's envisioned for you. There are bits that are blurred, bits that are skipped, bits that are currently inaccessible. However, you do learn that these orbs, the one of the 4 orbs that were one of the 4 statues, were instrumental in this sealing, warding magic. You can tell that they were more or less the font of mana that that powered the sigils and the wards and the glyphs that made their way around the area itself. And you can tell that this is sort of a strong infused abjuration magic within the orb that might be able to, if you figure it out, be used for something and maybe even repurposed beyond what it had been designed for. But at this moment you learn that this was basically the one of 4 batteries, essentially, you can think of, for powering the ward that kept Vayne sealed away.
What if it's power? Okay, so before we continue, then you mentioned that there was a bit of rays coming in, like light in general, in the area that we're at.
You mentioned that?
No, I thought it was like towards when Elevorn right before she crunched. No, it's okay. If it wasn't.
I don't remember mentioning rays of light, did I?
Well, I don't know if it was rays of light, but it was like I thought it was light or something. If I mean, if it's powered by something, then
No, it was part of the system that was powering the.
no, yeah. But if this is something that was powering something, then would give it charge, right? Because it's kind of diminishing. Let me think about it a little bit more.
Elevorn and Netadian, you're making your way around, and at this point you have maybe about an hour or so left. And as Netadian is going and she's finding these bits of moonstone, there's more than you would have thought. Some pieces are large and impressive and curious. Others are just small bits and fragments. And as she's gathering them, some of them go into the bag. Others, Elevorn, you're kind of handling as you're walking around, providing the light of the prism. As she hands you a couple pieces, you're looking at them, Elevorn, and one of the ones that you had from maybe 10, 15 minutes ago, she hands you another one, and it's a piece, not unlike, maybe a bit smaller than that curved one that you had found before, but it has another protrusion in the middle of this thinner extension of moonstone that, as you're messing with multiple pieces, you find that they fit together with another piece that you had previously. So it does seem like what you're collecting, at least these 2 parts, seem to have once been whole. I'm not exactly sure what it is, but it's kind of an interesting moment putting the first piece of this puzzle together. Hopefully you find enough pieces.
Mary, I think these fit together. And I'm like trying to show her that they kind of do fit together.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Yeah, I guess I wasn't really focusing on that much, but on the pieces, but I suspected that at least some of the parts would fit. Um, well, should we try to see which one of these will fit together now, or still try to find more pieces?
I'm not sure. I mean, I don't think that. I mean, these are the first two pieces that I've seen that fit sort of, together. But I mean, I don't know the shape of the thing that they make, so it's sort of weird.
Yeah, I guess you're not wrong about that being a bit weird, but um,
Seems like they'd have to belong to something here, like they're part of something, right? I mean, they're everywhere. I mean, they're not like everywhere, but we found a lot of pieces, or quite a few. Don't know how many.
yeah, and I guess it would be kind of weird if they would be some kind of offerings to the god or something. I don't.
So speaking of them being quote everywhere, um, you've only found them inside the warded area itself. You haven't seen anything outside of those wards and glyphs. But as far as inside of it, you've seen them from where you've been. You found little bits and pieces just about everywhere that you've gone.
Well, if I look at the glyphs, do the pieces fit in the glyphs?
No, not from you see. You could probably make them, but it doesn't look like they'd line up with that. No.
I'm gonna look up at the ceiling.
Okay. It's made of ceiling.
Drywall. Perfect.
What's drywall? I'm sorry.
It's a wall that's dry, obviously. It's the opposite of wet wall.
I've never seen a wet wall.
It's probably like mud, That's how you like set it in clay and mud, then it hardens into a nice, dry, firm wall. So I don't notice anything on the ceiling.
No. But I will say, as you guys have been walking around and as your time here is running out, you find yourselves close to the center of this warded area where all four of the statues would have been pointing their staves and the orbs within the staves in towards. And as you get to the center, equidistant from the statues, now all of them in some way destroyed, some more than others. You find another piece, Nedadion. A couple pieces, actually. This time, not too far away from each other, you pick them up, and more or less, each of them is about a semicircle. One slightly larger than the other. It seems to have broken unevenly, but you're able to piece them together. There are a few chips missing from that, but you can kind of see what appears to be a central piece of whatever this moonstone item once was. As when you put these two semicircular pieces together, they form more of a whole circle, but you can see what look like tiny prongs of moonstone that make their way away from and connect to other pieces and eventually the greater structure as a whole.
Hmm. This is a bit strange. I still have no idea what this could be.
Well, I thought maybe because, like, it was nighttime some of the time, and Leonine said that she was something about dreams that maybe moonlight would be better to use than sunlight in here. So maybe the moonstone has something to do with her. Maybe it's like, because I use like different things to channel power from. Maybe this was something that they used, you know, or, the goddess. I don't really know anything about her other than what we were told, though. So.
So, this central piece that you found, as both you and Elavon take a closer look at it, it looks. I'm about to send you guys an image. It looks like that, but made completely of moonstone, and it has those sort of moonstone rods protruding from it in all directions that would connect it to perhaps the sort of larger cylindrical piece that you had first found, if that was sort of the circumference, the frame of it. Anyways. Era, is there anything else that you want to do with this staff? An orb? Or Durand?
I don't
At this
imagine.
point-
I don't imagine it'll do anything, but I can try to see if using dispel magic might work.
On the orb itself?
Yes.
So you're going to cast Dispel Magic?
Yes.
Okay. So, go ahead. As you touch the orb and you cast Dispel Magic, go ahead and make a spellcasting ability check. So, intelligence check for you.
Okay.
Well, what level are you casting Dispel Magic at?
At its what is
Third?
it? 3?
Is it
Yeah.
base level?
Uh, 17.
So you're casting it on the orb, right?
I was thinking, yes.
Or wait, what about the actual ward itself?
Well, looking around with your detect magic rather, it was already growing weaker, and after Durand had, with surgical precision and care, removed that bit of the statue and another one of the power sources for the ward, more of those sort of dim lights and wards flickered out, so that now there's the entirety of the ward is just engravings on the ground.
And this is the only, what was the only orb that was intact on the statue. There's no other orbs like on even the other one. Like I know like 2 of the statues were pretty much gone, right?
Mm-hmm.
Was this the only one that had like the staff with the orb in it, or is the other one still there? Like the second one?
The other one was the arm was missing, so that was the part of it that did begin to be
Arm is
destroyed.
missing.
This is the final remaining orb, yes, from what you guys could see. That Durand is about to rid of all magic forever.
Forever. No, hold up. That's what I'm saying. Oh my gosh.
So,
So the ward itself is now completely gone after
Yep.
the arm came off.
yes.
Is Thrawn, would you be strong enough to kind of like just hold the arm up?
Okay. Well, I'll stop that.
Is he about to go in and dispel what? Huh? Okay. Do you want to dispel magic or no?
It's kind of like a last resort thing, so it's not like I want to.
Okay.
So if
So,
somebody else has an
can you
idea,
lift it? You can lift it. It's pretty hefty, maybe around the piece of the arm as well as the staff that you have, probably around 120, 130 pounds.
I would help, but I feel like I'd get in the way.
You can lift it. It's not, you know, you can feel it. It's not the heaviest thing that you've ever lifted, obviously,
yeah, I
but
can.
it's not an impossible task for you by any means.
Okay, I can hold it up, but what do you want? What are you planning?
I don't know. I really don't know. I'm really just grabbing. If you have any other ideas, please, by all means.
So,
Well, yeah. So, yeah.
So looking at it, a lot like how Netadion had found previously, that the staff itself seemed to be of a different make than the rest of the statue. The orb itself also seems like a different make than the staff. Different kind of. They like as far as you already kind of pieced it together, but they do seem like they are two separate pieces. So they do seem in some way separable, or at least at one point they had to have been separate and now have been somehow put together. So I don't know if that, I'm probably just telling you stuff that you guys already know, but whatever. Anyways, let's think on it and take a break. As Elavorn and Netadiana just going on a nice little treasure hunt, and Era sitting there with steam coming out of her ears. Is fucking rock, man.
This
See,
fucking
this is what
rock,
happens
mate.
when I improvise. We spend half a session on stone.
Stupid rocks.
Yeah.
Stupid rock.
You know, like I'm too committed. Like if I let this go, then.
See, but now I have like the answer in my head. Like, at this point, I'm thinking you guys are just better off just taking the whole fucking thing with you and figuring it out later.
I mean, yeah. Now that I know we've established we can carry it.
You guys. Alright. Welcome back. Good break, good break. So, you guys are still in the cavern where Veyron was sealed away, investigating what you had left behind a few days ago in your hasty exit. You found a number of interesting things, primarily being the scattered shards and pieces of moonstone that seemed to form a greater whole of some sort of item that had since been shattered. Netadian and Elevorn are going around collecting the pieces of that, what they can find anyway. And the remaining orb, the power source for these wards and sigils that had bound Veyron in this space. One of four, the only one that seems to be remaining, is now in the severed arm of one of the last remaining statues. Multiple attempts to get a reaction out of this orb or to separate it from the staff have failed thus far. You guys are sitting around about an hour to the ship's departure, which, if using mist form, gives you at the very most about another 45 minutes here. And so, is there anything else that you guys want to try while you're here? Anything else that you want to search for? I know that Elevorn and Netadian are going to want to spend their time collecting as many pieces of moonstone as they possibly can before you guys have to go. So, in regards to this orb, Durand, Era, any other ideas percolating in your minds?
I'm out of ideas. I'm gonna go look for orb shard thingies.
Okay. Durand lends his aid to the search for pieces of the moonstone.
I don't feel like brute forcing it is really enough. Doing is making it. So, I mean, I guess I'll do like a quick scan, see if I can find some other pieces, and if not, I'll also join them to find the rest of the moon shards.
All right. I would say presently, the dimensions of the statue that you had broken off, Durand, it is too large to fit into a bag of holding.
I mean, I figured. I figured.
And I'm not sure if you can just carry things while in mist form. So if that was the plan on getting back, something has to be figured out if you want to take the orb and the pieces of the statue that's attached to with you.
That seems like a problem for 5 minutes from now.
All right. So Durand and Era, go ahead and give me an investigation check to add to the little scavenger hunt for moonstone pieces that the four of you are now on.
20.
Okay.
Also 20.
Nice. So now with all four of you rooting around in the rubble for these scattered moonstone pieces, each of you finding a fair bit. Various sizes, shapes, all of them seeming to be not natural stone or moonstone, but definitely something that a craftsman or some intelligent being had taken and constructed and processed into whatever it may have once been. And so, you do this to a point where time begins to be of the essence, and you have to start to prepare to get back to the boat, as well as what you're going to do with the statue arm and the orb that is attached to it. Unless there's anything else that you guys want to do here.
I'm not really concerned about time. I feel like there's a way to communicate if we need, and maybe we can exaggerate if we have to. Bringing the orb back, I can just polymorph into something. Figure that out later.
What if I shrink it and then put it into the bag of holding?
How long does that spell last?
Like 30 seconds.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. So it lasts 30 seconds.
I have 30 seconds to put it in the bag.
Yeah, well, I mean, you don't want to break the bag, so we'd have to. Well, can you do it? You'd have to change into mist form, or already be in the process of, or someone else would, and then you cast a spell, jam it into the bag of holding of whoever it is, and then they have to make their way outside and dump it out quick. Because that gets it out of the cave, and then you could,
Drag it. I don't think we can still manage to get out of the cave in 30 seconds. Less than 30 seconds.
What about enlarge? Make the cave hole bigger.
What? Make what bigger?
The way into the cave bigger. Like, enlarge the opening to the cave.
No, it's not.
I don't think I
It's
can
not
do
too big to fit out of the cave. It's too big to fit into a bag of holding.
that.
Well, that would make it probably too big to fit out of the cave, too, in its current state. Because, I mean, you said we could squeeze, but we're missed, so, it is a thing.
Oh yeah, it'll be kind of awkward. You try to you could break it even more than you already have. That's an option.
Yeah, just break it a little bit
If
more.
all you guys care about is the orb itself.
It's like last resort, though. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I do care about the orb, right? Getting it off, but like it was more about like how it reacted with the sigil itself, I guess. But I guess it doesn't really matter at this point.
Yeah, like I said, from what you have said, it acted as a power source for the ceiling, the ward. That's your understanding of the relationship between the statues and the orbs and the ring of sigils that made up the perimeter of the area where Vayne was being restrained within.
I have a question.
Yes?
See, Era was talking about using the teleport spell for, like, people and stuff. Could we send a thing that way to be studied? Like, the whole thing? Could that, Because you were talking about sigils, and I was like, all right, she knows the sigils to, like, Vasselholm, right? Because, and you could just boop it there. And maybe they could figure it out.
Never trust them on their own. Take it from me. From us, I mean.
No, I don't want to give it to the Phoenix Academy. I'm beyond those days.
No, I'm not.
It's mine.
Well, I mean, we could. Couldn't I like just?
Ada goes rogue.
Yeah, right.
I could just like, I don't know, maybe like turn into a big bird and put it on my back. Someone just rope it around, or well, maybe not me. Maybe Doron could be volunteer, or maybe yeah, something like that. Something of similar nature where we can carry and or fly it
Or
towards.
it would probably be too heavy for that. They said it was around over 100 pounds. That's pretty big. The only thing that could probably do that, if you're talking about turning into another form, would maybe be Elevorn's turkey dinosaur.
I mean, if we're about to leave this place, or whenever we leave this place, we can't figure anything else out, then yeah, I'd fucking beat the shit out of it. I really don't think there's much else. Like, I'm not really, I can't think of anything. There's also the spelling, but I don't know if that would do anything, and I don't know if I want to make it worse either.
Well, it depends on what you cast the spell on. Like, if you think that it's being held in place by the staff,
Yeah,
and you
oh.
cast it on the staff and not the orb, then
But the staff
maybe.
wasn't giving, like, it wasn't giving anything, right? Like, as far as, like, an aura, it was just on the orb.
Dispel the staff.
The non-magical staff.
Dispel the non-magical staff. Maybe the non-magical staff is attached to the orb via magical adhesive.
Oh. Magic glue, you see.
I'm
Magic glue.
Yeah, I'm googling D&D magic glue.
You're gonna find something.
Sovereign glue.
Yeah, you're gonna find that.
Oh my god.
No, this doesn't. I mean, actually, if we had some of this, it seems like it'd be helpful.
How would it be helpful?
I don't know. It says something about oil of slipperiness on it, so.
Oh yeah, the oil of that's the only way
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry.
to undo the sovereign glue. The sovereign glue itself just is like you stick two things together and you can't get them apart. Period. Without like that item or a wish spell.
Oh my god.
I wish the orb.
True. Use the wish spell for this orb.
Thinking you don't have the wish spell. That's just you wishing for something to happen. There's a difference.
Well, we know, like, this is the only orb that's here, and the other orbs aren't there, meaning that they're missing and or broken, therefore they can break at some point. And so...
The other statues, and presumably the one that was, like, partially destroyed, were done so by Vayne attempting to escape. So, deity powers are what reduced the other orbs to...
So you're saying I should smite it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. If the goal is to destroy it, yes, maybe. I don't know. What do you want to do? I want to keep this thing. First off, I'm going to try to dispel it of any magical properties, and then I'm going to smash it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Beautiful. If we can't have it, no one can.
That's right.
My head.
Okay. So I'm gonna hand the prism to Durand.
Okay.
Here, you're taller, and I'm gonna run over to the thing that fell on the ground, the orb and arm and all that.
Okay, I've got the prism.
Open sesame.
I'm gonna take out my water pouch and just dump it on it and see like where the water goes.
Whoa.
Like see how it flows on it. If it flows down into the crevice, then it's not part of it. And if it just goes over it like at a smooth surface and doesn't go in, then maybe that's.
Okay. So you pour it over the orb, and it does flow down into the space, but it quickly fills up with that water. So it seems like there's just a very small amount of space between the orb and the staff that is holding it. But it does, so it seems like the empty space goes down to like the tip of the staff where the orb is sitting. and like Daran maneuvering it, you can see that a very small amount of water was held in that space, in that gap.
Huh.
So it does not appear, if what you're testing, it does not appear as if the inner inside of the staff itself is hollow. That it does not seem that way.
I just wanted to see if the water actually could flow in there, because that would mean that it is a separate entity from the. Like, it looks like it is, but you said it might be
Well, it
attached.
could, yes,
And if
but
it is fully attached, it wouldn't go very far. Like, it'd just be a little bit around the rim, right? And if it was.
yeah. So it does flow down. It still could be in some way like attached at the part that you can't see near the bottom, but it does. It does fill in the gaps that you could see. From what you can see, it does fill in with water. Just put a rock in front of you guys, and it's just like, let's figure out how to do something with this for 2 hours.
I'm about to break this rock.
Big B's
Really?
hand, smashing fist, go. About 45 minutes till the ship departs.
Watch them leave without us.
I'll blow up the ship if they do.
Why is
What?
that your answer?
How?
Everything?
Oh, I was somewhat joking. I'm sorry. I'm frustrated.
Somewhat
with me.
joking.
We have a little. Wow, it's been a while since I've seen her. Zala?
I mean, if you're
That
looking for
is
mages,
something I'll
you have
say.
closer mages than those in the tower and Zala.
No, well, I'm saying we have a little Zala here.
Like,
Oh
she
yeah,
A
like
little
yeah,
burn
budding Zala.
everything.
that's true.
Little. Huh.
That's ironic. I don't know. Can we like? How
It's a
small?
rock.
How small is like the little space in between the staff and the orb? Can something be wedged in
It's
there?
Yeah, baby spider.
something, maybe, but it would have to. It's less than a centimeter. It's a fraction of a centimeter. It's
Fucking.
like really just perceivable. Like you could maybe get something in there, like tip of a sword would go somewhat, but not really.
What about my dagger? Can I like
She has a
hit it?
dagger.
Bloop?
Fit the dagger in.
Yeah.
Bloop.
So you get the dagger in, and it is just the edge of the dagger before it's even the width of the dagger is too wide to fit within the gap. But kind of going around the edge and kind of trying to work, it doesn't give at all. And are you trying to pry it? Are you using your strength?
Sorry. That was funny. um,
Oh my god! And break these nails.
I would just hurt myself in the process. I don't want to do that.
Just
Go up to the ship.
dislocate your own shoulder somehow.
Stop. What if we just break the hand? Like, just break it even more. I'm looking. Disintegrate it. Perfect.
What if
Disintegrate.
disintegrate? What if you just so you use Bigby's hand to grab it by the orb portion, and then you smack the long side on the ground, and we'll be left with nothing but orb, right?
Hopefully.
Orb and part of the staff that it's attached to.
Yeah, that's fine, but it'll be smaller. Easier to take out with us. Since we're
Theoretically.
dum-dums and can't figure this shit out. We take it and we move it somewhere else.
Let's just take the orb and push it somewhere else.
Exactly.
Is that the master plan?
I think that's the best thing I can come up with.
Okay. You know what? I can either figure this out or it breaks anyways, and I just pretend it didn't exist. So yeah, I'm gonna do it.
All right. Bigby's hand comes out. The arcane eye is finally gone. Grasps the head of the staff. Go ahead and make a strength check for Bigby's hand as it raises into the air and slams the elongated staff apart against the ground. How much? With how much force? So what's Bigby's hand's strength score? It's pretty good, I think.
Hold on. A lot of words.
I think it's plus 10 and it has advantage on strength check.
Forceful, right?
Oh. Push a creature? No. The strength is 26.
Oh, you have advantage. If it's,
Sure.
it's not really.
What do you say you have?
A creature. Is this a
Advantage
creature?
on the check. Wait, if the target is medium or small. Oh, it's this target. Okay.
Oh,
So
perfect.
it has a strength of 26, so that's plus 8, right?
Yeah.
So it would be d20 plus 8. This is just a strength check. You're not making an attack roll, right? You're not trying to punch the staff.
I just want to though. 23.
I punched the staff.
I cast magic missile at the darkness.
It doesn't miss. That's what it do, Yugi.
It hurts me. I'll hellish rebuke it.
Era's ultimate struggle with an inanimate object.
The ultimate battle.
Mm-hmm.
I swear to God, if it's a button, I'm gonna blow everyone up.
Did you ask it nicely?
Pretty
I'll be very upset. If I just have to be like, can you please open your mouth?
Can you please? So what's that Bigby strength check?
Oh, did I forget to say 23?
23.
Yeah.
Okay. So, with a resounding thud and crack, Bigby's hand slams the staff onto the ground. The arm portion, the hand, and most of the shaft of the staff just splinters off, and you're left with Bigby's hand grasping onto the head of the staff with the orb and about a 1.5 foot long bit of the staff where it had sheared off. More than easily enough fittable within a bag of holding.
I can just hold it. I don't feel any better. Maybe we should break it more.
Somewhere, your mother is crying at the blatant destruction of this ancient elven archetype. Just desecrating this place.
I don't
It
have
really doesn't.
time,
It
Mom.
was unfortunate. It's not bad. We found it like this.
But necessary.
Her
On
mom
the
is
world.
just randomly crying out there because
The
she
world
can
needs
feel
us.
the
Like some
A single
ancient
shedded
Egyptian-
tear.
Some archaeologists in ancient Egypt, you uncover like this perfectly preserved statue of Anubis, and first things first is you just gotta climb all over it.
I'm not an
Break it
archaeologist.
What?
I'm just a paladin.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I'm just a paladin. I've taken 0 points in archaeologist.
I'm sorry. Next time I level up, we'll talk about what's that? What's that?
I'm gonna make a homebrew archaeologist class now.
It could be like a fuck. What is that class? Damn it, artificer. It'd be a subclass for artificer.
Artificer,
Like
but
the
instead
origin of
you-
artificer.
There you go. All right. So, for unless we want to just make this the cave episode,
I think
are you guys done
this
here?
already is.
So,
We
yeah,
move
we're-
into the
I
cave.
mean,
We
it is.
live in the cave.
Regardless of what we do now, that is what it is.
I'm gonna
We're
edit.
staying in the cave. We
We're
just
staying
live there
here.
now.
For 45 minutes.
Well, no, we live there now. We are not moving. We're not going
we're
anywhere.
telling, yeah, I'll send a message. Don't worry, they'll get the message.
I just saw what Sully posted. Where did you find that on such short footage? That's exactly it.
Oh my god. This session without context.
Just post that on Twitter. Just session whatever number, this, and that's it. No name, nothing. Just.
Oh my god.
Feel defeated, more defeated than I did when I was stuck in a nightmare.
Kills a god. Cannot remove orb from staff.
Killed a round god. Get defeated by a stone stick. But see that you guys get trapped and stuck in this, like everything has to be it has to be solved right now, and there must be a way. There's always a way.
Here.
I told you,
I
I
mean-
was too committed halfway in. I was just like, if I let this go, I'm gonna cry and or break it. And you know what? I already did one of those.
If there's a will, there's a way.
Where there's a will and
Oh, but I'm
cooperating
totally.
guides,
As far
perhaps.
as time, I could send a message and they can listen, and or I'm not again opposed to blowing up the ship.
Who you
I'm
sending?
kidding. I don't know, Captain.
Captain!
Captain.
Captain!
Okay. I feel left out of these inside jokes.
Sorry.
Alright, so are you guys good to head back to the ship? You have made the orb portable, more or less. You have collected a lot of moonstone fragments.
But not all of them.
Maybe, maybe not. You all helped for quite a while. Netadion and Elevon spent a good amount of time scouring the area, so you have a large amount of moonstone fragments. Whether or not it is the entirety of what it once was, you'll have to figure that out.
Well, I guess I'll use the bracelet and I'll ask about it. So I'll ask, like, have you found more pieces, or has it been like a bit since you found the last fragmented piece?
So you guys feel confident that you found at least the larger of the pieces. Everything left is smaller, and you occasionally come across a pretty small piece, but even those are getting few and far between.
Follow-up question. Now, the way that you guys found it, was it just like random, as if something was thrown and it's all just scattered, or was it like a trail that you guys may or may have not noticed?
Feels kind of scattered to me, but I haven't really paid attention to that much.
Yeah. Netadian was mostly just finding things, not really paying attention to where they were found. Elevorn would be more aware of that, I guess. And Elevorn, what you've noticed is, along with that pretty unique piece that Netadian had found near the center, more, not all, but more of the larger pieces were also sort of around the center. And as you got further away from the center, that's where we would find less and less of the larger chunks of pieces and more of the smaller fragments.
Okay, so it dropped, therefore it broke, maybe, right? Because it was. I thought there was an orb in the middle, so I thought all these orbs were pointing to one big ass orb in the middle.
They were pointing to something. You guys never really saw what it was. You saw like a light source.
Crazy. Oh, so wait, there was a light source?
Not. This was before you had faced Vayne.
Oh, okay.
You saw it vaguely through the shadows.
Definitely dropped. I guess I'll send a message to let them know that we may be running a little bit late. I'll just say we got lost or some shit, and if they could be so kind to hold it. I won't say oral.
Why are you taking? What do you mean? How long are you spreading? You still have enough time to get back if you wind walk. But you plan on
listen,
being late.
Listen, I'm preparing to be late. I think that's the best thing I can offer at this point.
Okay.
But I guess I'll just help scavenge or look, like go to the, if it's possible to go to the center of where we think it would have dropped, which would be smack dab in the middle.
Yeah. That's about where Netadion had found that one, those couple of pieces. There's not much left other than like very small like moonstone granules and stuff around that area.
No, we need to collect those. Okay. Then I'm done. I'm out.
Get
My
a duck.
flag is up.
Okay. Are you guys good to go?
I am.
Yeah.
Elevorn?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
What?
Nothing, just, I brought everyone back here to tear the place up accidentally. So, yay! I did it! I don't feel necessarily proud of myself right now.
I mean, you only like broke one arm off of one statue or whatever.
Yeah, it has the other arm. Maybe.
Yeah. Alright. So, windwalk again, Elevorn?
Well, I mean, has it been 8 hours? Or did I?
No, it has not. So you guys
something?
can so you guys concentrate, go back into your mist form, exit the cave, back up above the tree line, back towards the ship, and despite Era's preparation to be late, you guys get back about 15-20 minutes before departure. You can see that the ship seemed like all of the gear and supplies have been brought aboard, and preparations for setting sail are well underway. And within the hour, the ship itself, Nimue, the roots extend down and, like tank treads, walk its way back into the sea, where you can feel the gentle rocking back and forth of the waves beneath your feet yet again. The captain is at the helm near the navigator, plotting the course and chart to get back and on the tail of the rest of the fleet and make way yet again for Draconia. It's currently mid-afternoon. You got clear skies and clear seas as far as you can see. So, anything that you guys want to do with the rest of the day?
I think I'm gonna do the Moonstone puzzle.
Okay.
Can I attempt just to send a message again to Freya?
To who?
Sister?
To your sister?
Yeah.
Okay. You attempt to send a message to your sister. And once again, you get no response.
Yep.
Sorry? You kind of cut off me.
No, it's okay. Ignore me.
Okay. Alright. Elavoin, Durand?
I am good.
Okay. Ella?
I think I've done enough.
So, Nedadion is working on trying to piece together the bits of Moonstone. Go ahead and make an intelligence check. Neridion. As you get the pieces out on the small table in your quarters, kind of arrange and organize them mostly by kind of relative shape and size, the bigger pieces to the smaller, with those two kind of pieces that fit together to form what looks like a central piece at the center.
19.
Okay. And you begin the work on trying to fit the pieces together. You guys have to have found hundreds of pieces here, so this is not a simple endeavor, but you begin to make way. Hopefully you don't take too many rocks and bumps, or these are going to go everywhere.
No.
Undoing all of your progress.
Too bad there is no double-sided tape in this world, because, you know...
I'm going to invest double-sided tape.
I'm telling you, magic adhesive.
It's hovering. Just stick it to... Alright. So, by the time night falls, and you guys are ready to get some rest, Neridion, you have maybe about 5 or 6 separate parts of this puzzle where you have fit together a few pieces, but not able to fit them together. You still have dozens of pieces of this moonstone that you haven't found a place for yet, but it's apparent that they definitely do fit together. So that's reconfirmed that they have fit into something, and you can't really figure out what at a glance from what you have so far, but the general shape of it you have gleaned is circular. However, that's about all you can get in the few hours in between the meals that you guys have had and when you guys are getting to rest. So, are you guys attempting to fall back into the same at-sea schedules and routines that you had? I know that Era was kind of off the rest of you.
if it's possible, would I be able to interact more with? Oh gosh, I forgot their names. I always forget their names.
Okay, so we have names and titles coming at you.
It was the one who was learning a spell.
Okay, yeah, so that would be Abjurer's assistant, Layla. You also
Layla.
have the leader, Grand Transmuter's assistant, Lanissa. You have Necromancer Tahir and Enchanter Vandar.
Drankar? What was the last one?
Vandar.
Randar. Okay.
Yeah.
Layla. I guess if I'm I think there's no reason for all of us to still be on the same schedule, so I think I'm keeping and
The normal.
what I currently have, and then probably pick up learning the spell with Layla.
Okay. There you go. That's all of them. All right. I totally forgot what spell she was attempting to learn because that was a long time ago. Not even going to lie.
If you give me a day to look it up, it's one of those things. If I see it, I'll know it. It's Okay, well, let me get back to you with that. I'll remember it. I just don't know what it is right now.
Gotcha. I'm sure when you say it, I'll be like, oh yeah,
That one.
that one. How could I forget? There's only like 800 spells.
How could you?
All right. So the next day comes about. The shift's turning over. You all enjoy a nice rest, and by the time that you wake up, the island that you were previously on is but a speck on the horizon. There seems to be a little bit of a conversation going on between the captain and Grand Transmuter's assistant, Lanissa. She's coming to the tail end of hers and the Phoenix Academy's times awake, as they normally keep to the nighttime hours. But as you guys come up, breakfast in hand, you overhear a slight concern in the voice of the captain. And how many times have you tried? Are you certain? Yes, Captain, I'm absolutely sure. We tried multiple times, multiple hours throughout the night. I will even have Tahir stay up for a few hours longer to continue to attempt, but no, we're not able to reach anyone else on any of the other ships in the fleet. That is concerning. And then he calls for the navigator. About how far ahead of us do you think that they would be? They did have a few days head start, Captain, or a few days ahead of us. Took that diversion. And then he looking at the charts and he points out where he thinks that the rest of the fleet may be if they were maintaining course. So you get that the Phoenix Academy was attempting to reach out to the rest of the fleet via sending and were unable to reach them. The captain orders the ship ahead at full speed. They want to close any distance and catch up and find out whatever may have happened to the rest of the fleet.
Maybe we can go a bit faster with some wind under the sails. Or behind them, rather. Are we particularly close to land? Is there a reason for concern?
We're still at minimum a few weeks away from Draconia. The rest of the fleet should be, at this point, maybe a week and a half, 2 weeks away. They should not have reached landfall by now. Looking around, there's no land other than the island far behind you, and the only reason why you even can spot it is because you know it's there. Otherwise, it's just open ocean.
Well, what if they're experiencing a similar, some kind of interference with magic or something?
Similar to what?
Well, I mean, isn't that why we're coming here? I mean, maybe I don't understand, but isn't that why we were, because you couldn't get in contact with people? So it doesn't necessarily mean that anything is wrong with them, just that maybe there's some kind of barrier.
That's...
So a barrier that stops us from sending messages or magic towards Draconia? I mean,
that would be an extensively large barrier to cover such an area. Lanissa thinks, well, it might not be. It's not out of the question. It certainly is a valid and logical reasoning. Closer we get to here, maybe they've crossed some sort of threshold, something that's been affected that prevents us from reaching across via magic. Which, were it true, means that maybe the worst that we had assumed had come of our allies in Draconia is not truly the case.
I don't quite believe that something necessarily bad has happened. I mean, it is bad enough that we lost communication, but I don't think it's worse than that. I mean, even I attempted to contact someone I know in Draconia, and that was to no avail. It leads me to believe that that may be the case. Well, I mean, I wouldn't think that it's some sort of item to have that sort of magnitude of an effect. Figuring out what it could be, while we're because we can contact others, right? Just not people in Draconia. Have we confirmed that?
Lanissa turns away for a moment and casts a spell and turns back, and I'm still able to reach out and communicate with those back in the Empire.
It might be worth noting to someone in the Empire, what we're experiencing and how you've lost contact with the ships ahead of us, and maybe they could start working on what it could be that's causing it, instead of just assuming the worst, because, I mean, that's really hopeful, right, Dara? I mean, and Elevorn smiles a little.
I think you have a point. I think it's something that can work. Again, I can't imagine.
The captain nods and then turns to Lanissa. Have you and your people continued to try to make contact throughout the day with the rest of the fleet? If anything changes, let me know. In the meantime, I do believe that these findings should be reported back both to the Empire and to your constituents within the Academy. Perhaps they could, as Elavon and Netta here have put it, look more into what could be causing this if it was a conscious effort by someone to keep us out of communication with each other. I have no idea as to that side of things. I am not as well versed in magic as many here are, but perhaps if we gave them a starting point, they
Maybe
could
it's
figure
like
out
the
how.
gate. The gate, the hallowed gate. They can't cross it. You know, them up there, the deities, they can't come across the gate anymore because the gate is there. What built the gate? Maybe something like that. You know, because it's so strong that not even a god could pass it, go through it. And that would be big enough, right? So who built that? Or how did that?
If we're dealing with beings capable of replicating the hallowed gates, then that's a whole different set of problems we may have. Let's start at what we know, and that is that we cannot communicate with people in Draconia, nor can we with the rest of our fleet. Ask them if perhaps this is could be something natural, or if it is intentional, how one would go about doing that. And if we can find out how they may have done it, we could start looking for how to undo it.
In regards to Draconia, I know we attempted to contact those on the fleet, and I've attempted to contact someone outside of it, but have we maybe tested the range and see if there's anyone else we can contact that may be further than the shore? Just see how strong, or maybe gauge how far or how extensive this.
Well, the shore would be beyond the fleet. I can't imagine why we would be able to reach people in Draconia while not being able to reach people who have not even gotten there yet. Especially considering, as you had mentioned before, that's part of the reason why we are on this expedition in the first place. And you had just mentioned that you were not able to reach an individual that you knew in Draconia.
I'll have to start figuring that out.
Sorry?
Oh, nothing. Just going from there, from what we do know, or what we think we know.
Lenissa nods. We'll do as you say, Captain. In the meantime, if it is not the same reason why we cannot contact the rest of the fleet as why we cannot contact Draconia, and something should have befell the rest of our fleet, maybe we should make preparations for when we get to whereabouts they currently are when we lost contact. Just in case. And the captain, yes, I believe caution should be advised in this certain predicament. What type of preparations did you have in mind? We have not yet run drills, me and my team. I should wish to, as soon as tomorrow comes, begin testing our magics with the ship. Especially considering, looking to Elavon, the recent changes to the far from Nimue. Captain Oz, very well. And then dismisses Lanissa and turns to the rest of you, but seems to be evaluating and lost in his thought, but still present.
Have you been getting along?
Just as well as before. Who are you referring to?
You and Nimue.
Ah, yes, the ship. Yes, just as well as before. Better. I mean, the time ashore was certainly an interesting one. Everyone was pretty nervous, considering the strangeness dealing with that island. But we have come to better understand each other, and I feel like her new consciousness is, in a way, a boon.
I think she's pretty cool too.
So, the day continues. And as day turns to evening era, you are met by Layla. She finds you as you're sort of beginning to wind down for the evening. Hey, Era.
What is it?
I'm not sure if you heard, but I thought you might want to be interested. It looks like you might be getting ready to rest up for the night, but I recommend you stay up a little while longer.
Yeah,
Vanessa
of course.
says we're going to be doing something I think you'd want to at least see, if not be a part of.
No, of course. Preferably a part of.
Well, that's not up to me, but we'll be starting fairly shortly. I'm kind of excited. I've never been a part of it before.
Well, what exactly is it?
So you spoke with her before. You know about how the ship is special, right? Pretty
Yes.
receptive to magic.
Yes?
We're going to test that.
Yes. Yes, I want to. Yeah, okay, when?
Like I said, near the start of shift should be coming up here in less than an hour.
Oh, well, I'm not doing anything now, so we should, yeah, let's go.
Alright. So I have a fairly good idea of what Era's doing. Neredian Daran Delavorn, Neri, you still working on the puzzle?
Yeah.
Okay. Just hanging out in your little cabin with your moonstone pieces and your tressum.
Cursing every now and then if it
Just
jostles too much.
yeah, the ship kind of rocks one way, and some of the more cylindrical pieces roll away, and like, oh, where did that go? At some point, you're just like, fuck it, you take out your notebook and draw what you have so far so that you know how to
Yeah,
like,
definitely.
Durand?
I'm just chilling.
Just chilling.
He's fishing. Trying to.
You're just sitting there with like a fishing rod, just over the edge, just sitting back. Not even like the line's not even cast. It's just spending some time with Sven, all that good stuff. Elavon?
Probably just, around playing with the fear and, trying to make sure he eats and plays and,
Alright. So, holding him up, like, so he can pretend that he's flying every now and again. But keeping a close eye on him. You can't really let him run around like you used to, especially now on deck, because he's starting to get a little bit bigger. And even starting to show that, he might want to start actually trying to fly on his own. You see him, it's more elongated jumps at this point. He just jumps and flaps his wings. He's doing his best. Go ahead and make an animal handling check, Elavon, to see how well Valfir is coming along. There's no monstrosity handling check. We'll deal animal handling for this.
the 26.
26. Very nice. Good to know. I will jot that down. All right. So, as the sun sets and the moon begins to rise over the horizon, Elavon and Durand, either together or not, you're each somewhere on the deck, just relaxing, enjoying the cooling night air, as the Phoenix Academy, the 4 members of the team assigned to the Falcon Loth, Lanissa, Tahir, Vandar, and Layla, congregate on the deck, and amidst them is also Era and Nimue. And Lanissa begins to explain to the rest of her team, as well as to the ship itself now, and for the benefit of Era as well. Since its addition into the Imperial fleet, Nimue, you have had an attachment of mages, such as us, from the Phoenix Academy, stationed aboard you. And Nimue looks and I do believe I am aware. Yes. The reason being is that the material that you are constructed of and the method by which you had been constructed makes you very receptive to magic. Now more than ever, you are just as receptive to certain magics as the rest of us would be. However, you are still a ship significantly larger than a person, as well as not exactly the same. So the way that our spells work and interact with the ship itself, with you, is different than how it would be were we to cast a spell on ourselves or on another. different in the way that it takes more than one caster to produce a similar effect. In fact, we have found it takes 3 casting a spell focused on the ship at the same time and maintaining a proper concentration on that spell to keep the effect active. And that is why we come with a team of 4, to add that redundancy in case something were to happen to one other member of the team. Do not wish to have the spell's effect losing prematurely. Depending on the spell, could be catastrophic to the crew. So, we take safety in that. Will I feel anything? See, depending, you may. I don't recall in detail anything like this happening before. Hazy, like, well, I would only assume like what you would understand as a dream. But I am willing, excited even. It's something new, and I am enjoying all of the new things that I'm able to experience. And then Nissa nods and, well, you need not worry, as what we are doing here certainly will bring you no harm. Now, looking to the rest of the mages and even giving a glance to Era, when we are performing tests such as this, and even more prevalent if we ever need to do this outside of a controlled environment, if the time arises where we need to do this to stave off enemies or to save members of the crew or the ship itself, nothing matters more than maintaining concentration on the spell on the ship. For if one or more of us fails, that again, the lives of not just you, not just the ship, but every single person on board relies on us maintaining this concentration. So find yourself a safe place. Find yourself a place where you can focus and concentrate. If you are one of us that is casting the spell and maintaining the focus on the spell, that is your one and only objective. And the others nod. Tahir and Vandar seem like they have heard this before, but Layla is just intently focused on every word that Lanissa is saying. Very well. Let's start with something that, should it go wrong, would not endanger anyone, but should be impressive nonetheless. Layla, Era, feel free to observe and take notes.
So what you guys are about to do is just test it out, more or less?
Well, the effect would be the same were we to do it in any scenario, but yes, we are more or less practicing for if the time comes.
Well, if I may advise, I feel it would also be best to prep both Layla and myself, as you said, in case something goes wrong. Not to say that it will, but to ensure the safety of both Nimue and everyone on this ship, I think it's better if we all familiarize ourselves. Of course, you can choose whoever you'd like to prioritize, but I feel it would be beneficial for everyone and safer in that sense.
Excitement and advice are noted, however. Walk first, Era. I have no intent on underutilizing the resources we have at hand. You and Layla shall have your chance, but first you must be ready and aware of what you are doing. So, as I stated, observe, take notes. You and her will have your chance.
It was an excitement. It was just a precaution, and I wasn't suggesting you to be the first. Of course, we are going to observe it. How else can we get better?
Layla is kind of like, look, she's kind of agrees with you, but at the same time, she doesn't talk back as much as you do, so she's just like, she's a bit more timid. Linissa keeps your gaze for a moment longer before brushing it aside and Tahir, Vandar, and they take a few steps back away from each other, and you watch all three of them weave a spell in tandem and touch the deck of the ship. Durand, where are you right now?
Somewhere above, but I wouldn't be able to tell you exactly.
So on the top deck. So you would kind of be hearing words coming, but not really paying attention to what exactly was said.
Yeah.
All right. So you hear these things, you hear the conversation die down, Durand. And in a moment's time, from wherever you are, standing, sitting, as well as you, Elevorn, Era, all of you, there's a light shimmer that spreads like a ripple in a pond throughout the boat. And next thing you know, Durand, is the boat is gone. And when you look down, you can see straight into the ocean. You can still see the wake of the ship as if it were still there, but the entire ship has turned invisible.
Do I see anyone else?
On deck, yes. Below deck, no. Era. Sorry, what's up?
No, I guess I'd start approaching where I heard the noises from before.
So you approach and you can see the members of the academy standing there. You can see Linissa, Tahir, Vandar, all seem locked in concentration. Layla is just kind of taken aback. Now you're stepping on a thing, kind of like feeling around for the master things, and it's like just seems
Fireball.
instantly uneasy. What are you fireballing?
Just the sky. Something loud.
Okay.
I'd like to try and break their concentration. Potentially.
All right. No, none of them lose concentration.
I mean, that's a good thing.
It is a good thing. You do earn a curious look from the half-orc Vandar and a bit of a quick glare from Lanissa.
Again, we don't know what to expect. Impressive, but of course, I expect no less from the Phoenix Academy.
A bit startled next as you hear the disembodied voice of Nimue, who has, as she is part of the ship, turned invisible herself as well. This is certainly new. Why? Oh. What exactly has happened to me? Where did I go? Linissa explains the invisibility spell to Nimue. You simply right now, this is a method that a spell, a tactic we could use to travel mostly undetected. Your presence is still undeniable if you were to look to the water, but to someone searching from afar, you would be, well, invisible. Now, especially since I've seen stuff that you could do, Nimue, there's certain failings in this spell previously that we could shore up. If you could perhaps raise the roots to cover, or at least provide some sort of cover to those on deck, the invisibility would also shield and block them from view as well, making the entire ship and those on board undetectable. And you can hear and feel the change in like how the breeze flows over the ship, that alongside the hole and over the edge, the roots of the tree Nimue kind of are curved to like a sort of almost dome shape that would, from an outsider's view, block the sight of those who are on board too.
What of true sight?
You just ask out loud, what about true
Yeah.
sight? Well, that would be the same for any other invisibility spell. True sight beings that can see through invisibility would see through this as well. It is still just the same invisibility spell that you would cast on yourself or on another, but additional effort must be put into place to use on the ship. And she looks and nods to both Vandar and Tahir, and they release the invisibility spell, and the ship is once again visible.
How are you feeling, Nimue?
It was interesting. It didn't feel particularly different, but it was strange to not be able to see myself. But it was different than not being able to see at all. Era? Layla? Do you feel like you're ready to give it a go?
I'll look at Layla first. I'll nod my head, but I'll look at Layla. Are you ready? Are you completely
Yeah, it's just like we would always, like another spell, but yes.
perfect? Then you won't mind a couple of distractions? You know, kind of what I did.
What?
We have to prepare for anything, right?
I guess I'll do my best. Lenissa nods, and Tahir, Vandar, allow Layla and Dara here to take over for you. I presume, Era, you are familiar with the invisibility spell.
Yes.
Very well. Again, working in tandem with the other 2 or more members of the Academy who you'll be casting spell alongside of is important. Even more so once the spells have been cast, is to not break the concentration. For a spell such as this, it could be the difference between sailing by undetected and opening battle with beings that we are attempting to avoid detection of. With more advanced or risky spells, well, the risk only grows. So, if the two of you are ready, and she prepares to cast the invisibility spell again. Alright. So, following Lenissa's lead, as she begins to cast a spell, both Layla and you, Era, begin to cast the invisibility spell, just as you had seen Vandar and Tahir done before. Right before she finishes casting it, she glances over to the other two members of the academy and gives a slight nod as the hands come down, and the three of you cast invisibility on the Falcon of Northern. Once again, the ship shimmers, ripples, and goes invisible. You can feel a bit more prominent now. You can feel as you cast the spell. It's not like casting it onto yourself or onto another. It's almost the ship is receptive to the magic, but you almost need to give a little bit more force to make it stick. It's not like casting it on another creature entirely, but it does take a little bit more force to get the effect of the spell to stick. And as such, maintaining concentration, it's more prevalent in the forefront of your mind to try to maintain that concentration, especially one that you're on board a ship, so it's rocking and rolling as ships do. Anyways, that's a 17 to hit, Era. Does that hit?
Yeah, I think it hits. Yeah, it does hit.
You take 19 points of fire damage. I need you to make a concentration check, please.
If it's fire damage, should be half.
So I still need you to make a concentration check, please. As streaking over the deck of the ship, both Tahir and Vandar have both aimed cantrips at you and Layla.
Sorry, I double muted myself. 17?
17? Alright. So, despite the slight surprise of the sting of the fire bolt, you kind of look over to see Vandar give a sort of apologetic shrug, and you hear yelping out Layla in both surprise and pain from the cantrip that Tahir had cast at her, and you hear her as she falls backwards, and despite both you and Lanissa still casting and focusing on the spell, the ship shimmers and comes back into full view. Layla having lost her concentration. Lanissa drops the spell and looks to Layla and Hera. Now, normally, when we do this, we will not be out in the open on the deck of a ship, with good reason. Should there be conflict, we want to find a place where we could be least susceptible to attack. However, it is worth noting and remembering, as she kind of directs this towards Layla, that if we have to do this for real, if we are called to use our magics to enhance or protect the ship, we must steel our minds and be ready for anything. She gives a slight nod to you, Era.
I'm gonna help Layla up
She gets
Um,
back, kind of dusts herself off a bit, looks a bit disappointed in herself.
None of that. At the end of the day, this is what practice is for, and only practice can make perfect. What you can do and what you can accomplish will be here. Just try to focus. As she said, steal your mind. Breathing helps a lot. What we don't want to do is panic.
She nods and is like, I guess I wasn't breathing that much then. It was really cool while it lasted though, wasn't it? I'm still kind of shaking.
You did great.
Now, Liz Lanissa speaks. With our magic, with the ship, there's a number of different effects that we could impart upon Nimue here. Anything that you could cast upon yourself or an ally that would normally take your concentration could very well translate to Nimue herself. From protective shields to modes to enhance her capabilities for offense now that she is sentient, conscious, able, and aware. The array of different spells and weapons at our disposal has increased significantly. So, all that means is we shall be practicing this more, and we shall be practicing this harder. For now, get some rest. I will give you a list of spells that, and this is towards her team, of spells to bring for tomorrow, where we will continue to practice and see and give Nimue some experience with being under the effects of our magics as well. Dismissed for now.
May I have a word?
You walk away from the other, and Lanissa slows to a stop and looks back and down towards you. Yes?
I know you were mainly directing to your team, but I would still like to be present. As you stated earlier, we should always be prepared for the worst. Yes, I am eager to always learn, but I hope I can also attribute as well, if needed, of course. But better prepared than sorry.
It would be foolish of me to not utilize the resources that are present and available. You are, after all, at the very least, a member of the Academy as well. Find Layla. She will have a list of these spells as we will be practicing tomorrow. Should you have them at your disposal, bring that which you have. What? What did you say?
No, I said all right.
Okay. All right. So, I mean, you guys have something.
What was that?
If you guys have anything,
I think good.
kind of anticlimactic, but like that's all I really got, and it's 12:20, so. We're gonna have to take a look again back at all of these spells because I'm sure you guys are gonna find something that totally breaks this.
Fly the ship. Make it
Oh, I
invisible.
already thought of that. I already thought of that. I'm not worried about that. Like, if you guys want to murder yourselves by flying the ship and losing concentration on that, go for it. That's one of the, like, when she said, you know, one of the riskier ones, that would probably be
Perfect.
right
Bubble
up
the
there.
ship. Got it.
What?
Nothing.
Double the ship?
No, it's okay. Don't worry.
Enlarge the ship.
Enlarge.
Polymorph the ship.
Excellent. Spear the ship.
Wouldn't that actually be more destructive than anything else? Because it would be like in a snow globe with a little bit of water, just like rattling around in a ball.
Oh,
Of course,
the
it would just smash it, wouldn't it?
what?
Like the ball of force, like it's a ship on the ocean
Yes.
with like a tiny bit of water probably caught around it, and just
Yes.
kind of being like snow globe shook by whatever's going on
Yes.
around it.
Yes.
I was like, that could potentially be worse than flying the ship because
Yes.
no.
All you guys need to do now is find a spell that Era, Elevorn, and Duran share, and just hijack this whole idea for yourselves.
Ooh. I don't know. Polymorph's looking really good right now.
I don't think Duran has polymorph.
Well, he gets alerting.
Oh, you have the ring of spell storing though. You can
Yeah. That's it.
That's what I
Easy.
was saying. There's the ring. Doesn't have
I
to be a
did
third
not
one.
think
We have the
Scatter.
ring.
Scatter the ship. Teleport.
Scatter the ship. That's not a concentration spell. Were you not paying attention?
I clearly not.
Not in
Come on, Era.
class.
Scatter the ship. What does that even mean?
Some part of it here, part of it. Dream the ship.
Dream the ship.
Like,
Dominate person the ship.
What?
Oh, that's terrible. Never mind. Disintegrate. No,
Disintegrate
That's
the
not
ship.
concentration.
listen, but I'm just going down my list, okay?
Okay.
Suggest the ship. Okay, let me shut up.
Just the ship.
Give the
Ship
ship
also just
smite.
Oh,
Blinding smite.
darkness.
Dragon's breath the ship.
yeah, that's the
Ooh.
one. That's a good one. That's a good one.
Dragons won't expect it.
We're just going complete, like, ridiculous D&D high fantasy now. You dragon's breath the ship, the front of the ship, like, Nimue's roots turn into, like, the form of a dragon head. Like, it's a tree ship wooden dragon thing that
Mhm.
Banish the ship.
banish the ship. There you go.
It'll be safe in a different.
In a different
plane.
dimension, yeah.
Oh, crap. I
What?
mean, that might be a good oh crap button.
Does it take everyone with it? Or
Hmm.
just Nimue. Just the ship. Everyone else just kerplunks into the ocean.
Perfect. Oh, maybe submerge the ship. Make it like a submarine. There you
Make it
go,
a
guys.
submarine.
Homework.
How would you get to the submarine?
I don't know. This is why we're studying it, right? Give me a week.
Mm. Haste the ship.
Taste it. Oh, like that. I like
Turn into a speedboat.
A jet ski.
What'd you say?
A jet ski.
A jet ski. Misty step the ship? Is there something that gives you a teleporting thing?
Dimension. Oh, that's going through a door now.
Like a concentration spell that lets you teleport every turn? Or no?
I think that's what Misty Step is, but I don't have it. I made potions that give it to you.
Expeditious retreat.
Yes.
The ship.
Even faster. Bless the ship.
Just disguise the ship as more water. Easy.
Ah.
which is a giant tsunami.
Let's see what we got here.
All of Fours, here, Faithful Hound. That's not something fun. I'm just listen. I have greater invisibility, I guess.
I guess.
Even greater.
Even greater.
Hey. Oh.
Levitate the ship. It's a worst fly.
Oh my.
Huh.
Oh, but only I can do it. Dang, that sucks.
What?
Like the. Which one is it? It's my level. The aura of vitality.
Oh. It can just heal anybody that's on board it.
Exactly.
That's pretty good. Too bad everyone else uses evil magic or earth magic.
Evil or earth?
Plant growth.
Freedom of movement? Who uses that?
I
Oh,
have it.
Oh, perfect. I have it too. We can all give it to the ship.
Death ward the ship.
I mean, this would end horribly for us. Well, no, not really. Maybe that would be even better. Maybe
What?
not. I don't know. But I'm the only one who can cast this stuff, so it doesn't matter. Wouldn't happen.
What?
Could wind walk the ship. No.
Oh.
Or like investiture of something, but we would all die.
Windwalk. Do you guys count as things that it is carrying?
Yeah.
Yes, clearly, obviously, because that benefits me right now.
No, I mean, technically, yeah. It is carrying us. Wow, we are just the ship's inventory.
Yep, you're the. I have a character sheet from Nimue.
Nimue is
In
gonna
the
put us in a
inventory, it
hammock
has
hole.
one Neridion, one Duran, one Elborn. Oddly enough, 2 Era. Don't worry about it.
Whoa.
We have a doppelganger on board.
More doppelgangers.
Yay!
That's the answer to everything.
Double the doppelgangers.
Double the doppelganger.
And then double them.
Yes.
Plane shift. It's like
Plane
vanish,
shift,
but
the ship
intentional.
vanish. Plane shift.
And hopefully it's not a field. I mean, even if it is, should be okay, right? Maybe? I don't know.
Get sick and tired of all this water.
It's like we're in a vast ocean of flowers in the Feywild.
A vast ocean of flowers in the Feywild. Okay.
Yeah, like, because it's not exact, so it'd be like, it's actually land in the Feywild, so if we were to,
I mean, how much more bizarre is that than a sea of quicksand, I guess?
Well, it's not literally it's just like a field of flowers, but it's
Big
as far as
field of flowers, and then we're gonna have a flower kraken coming there.
Flower kraken!
Nice that. It's like those shrubbery, but giant. Those like monster things that we ran away from and that killed that guy.
It's a flower kraken. The kraken's just gonna be a meme of this thing. You guys are gonna get a kraken everywhere.
Yep.
Yeah, sand kraken. You're gonna get an actual real kraken. The flower kraken, which is just like a normal kraken except it has a flower crown on. That's the only difference.
Kraken.
The kraken.
Is the kraken with krakens for tentacles.
Beholder
God.
Kraken?
It's just Krakens all the way down.
It's Beholder Kraken, not that.
Beholder
That's
Kraken.
one.
I don't know what that. It's a. Every tentacle is a beholder.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Or is it a beholder with like a Kraken ray? Just
I don't know, both work.
both work.
Just bloops a kraken into
Yeah,
existence.
bloop, Kraken. It's like you make a roll against sleep, you make a roll against petrification, and Kraken. I like it.
I guess the beholders weren't bad enough.
Yay! Considering what we face now, oh no.
Until you guys go to the dimension of all of the beings that you've defeated.
It's gonna be a beholder dragon.
Oh god.
I'm just gonna start making random mashups of monsters.
Hell yeah.
Yep.
Scarier the better.
Some
The beholder
weird,
guy. It's a ghost beholder that is incorporeal.
Oh shit.
some weird, crazy necromancer, whatever dude is just mashing up creatures together.
Yeah, right. Like all these.
So
weird
they're not just the
chimeras of.
yeah, they're just not they're undead also, just not.
I like beholder guys though.
Yeah, it's
How do I make that?
Well, that's what the guy is now, right? You know? Korvath, he's the beholder,
Yeah.
guys.
He's
We
the
killed
beholder
him.
guy.
So now he comes in like,
He's gonna haunt you. He's just haunting you.
oh, I'm with the hag.
Corvat round 2, electric boogaloo.
Round 2. Fight. Alright. Good night, guys.
Good
Good
night.
night.
Till next time, where we fight the beholder kraken, dragon, man, bear, pig. Goodbye.
Good night.
Yes.